It is 9 a.m. I'll call the meeting to order. We'll begin with the roll call.
Mayor Sue Patterson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Warren Dickert.
Present.
Councillor Harold Fleet has sent his regrets. Councillor Dave Hawking. Councillor Carol Hudson.
Present.
Councillor Brandon Cable.
Present.
Councillor Susan Sackle.
Present.
Thank you, Vicki. The land acknowledgement. As we work toward reconciliation with Indigenous people, we begin our meeting today by respectfully acknowledging that we are situated on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, the people of Three Fires, known as Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations. And further give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, now known as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, as the traditional keepers of this land. So welcome to the 2026 mayoral budget meeting on Monday, November 24th, 2025. Good morning, council, staff, guests, the viewing public, and the media. Council, does anyone have a disclosure of pecuniary interest or a conflict of interest? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
I declare a conflict of interest with item 2.5 on the budget agenda, which is the police budget, as I have a family member employed by Hanover Police Service. And I would also ask that any voting on budget the police budget be pulled out of the overall budget for that purpose.
Thank you, but there will not be a vote on the overall budget. So, and of course, council, if one should arise during the meeting, a conflict or a pecuniary interest, you may declare it then. So before I start with opening remarks, I just want to do a couple of housekeeping items. I expect we will take a break around 10:30. Lunch will be arriving shortly after noon and will take 45-50 minutes to be determined at that time. And again, we'll take a break at 2:30 in the afternoon approximately. And if you need to stand up and stretch at any time during the day, please do so. If you have to leave the room or bio break or take a phone call, please do so. So I am pleased to present the Town of Hanover's 2026 draft budget. This budget reflects our steadfast commitment to delivering high-quality municipal services our residents rely on every day, while continuing to plan responsibly for Hanover's long-term growth, infrastructure renewal, and community well-being. As we continue to navigate difficult economic conditions and growing service demands, we remain dedicated to making thoughtful and strategic decisions that balance fiscal responsibility with the long-term needs of our residents and businesses. The 2026 budget includes an overall increase of 8.3%. This represents a significant adjustment, but one that is necessary to maintain our services, invest in critical infrastructure, and position Hanover for continued growth and success. I understand that these are challenging financial times for many residents and businesses. Council and staff share those concerns and have worked diligently to ensure that this budget strikes the right balance between affordability and long-term vision. Every dollar in this budget has been carefully considered. We have deferred all capital projects that can responsibly be postponed, streamlined operations, and continued to find efficiencies across departments. Even as we become leaner, we remain focused on maintaining the quality and reliability of the services that our residents depend on every day. The 2026 budget is guided by Hanover's strategic plan, Building Our Future Together, which emphasizes 5 priorities: safe and reliable infrastructure, health and welcoming community, strong and vibrant economy, balanced growth, and open and responsible government. The 2026 budget takes a balanced approach, addressing today's operational needs while investing in the people, places, and infrastructure that will sustain Hanover's success for generations to come. Together, with thoughtful planning and strong community partnerships, we are continuing to build a prosperous and resilient Hanover. Thank you for your ongoing support and engagement as we work together to build our future. And now I'll turn it over to Yelena Savick, who is our Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer. Yelena?
Thank you very much, Mayor Sue. Mayor Patterson. So the process for establishing the 2026 budget is quite different from previous years and reflects the fact that the Mayor of Hanover now exercises strong mayor powers. In practical terms, this means that the budget proposed today is the mayoral budget, prepared by staff under the direction, involvement, and oversight of the mayor. Council will receive the budget figures today and will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff, and that's the primary goal for today's meeting. If a councillor wishes to propose changes, they must submit a budget amendment form to the clerk by December 2nd at noon. All proposed amendments will be considered at the December 4th amendment meeting, where each amendment will require a simple majority vote to pass. Following that, the mayor has the authority to veto any adopted amendments. Council, in turn, has the ability to override a mayoral veto with a 2/3 majority vote. If no amendments are submitted, the budget is deemed adopted at the close of the amendment period. If amendments are adopted and the mayor does not choose to veto any of them, then the amended budget will be deemed adopted at the end of the veto period. So for today, the focus is on providing a clear explanation of the figures in the mayoral budget and answering any questions that members of council may have. After today's meeting, like I mentioned, councillors may submit their proposed amendments using the amendment form in your budget packages to the clerk at any time before noon on December 2nd. So today's agenda, I guess I'll go quickly through what the order of operations looks like today. We'll begin with a presentation from the DIA, the library, and the Police Services Board first. And then we'll go back over to myself, and I will provide a review of the 2026 budget. The construction of the new police station will be discussed during the police presentation. I wanted to note that because although the town owns the building yes, Mayor.
Thank you. We have one question. Deputy
Yes.
Mayor Dickert?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Yelena. Just on the proposed amendment form, it says moved by and seconded by. Does that mean if we're sending in a form with an amendment, we have to have a seconder?
I can answer that, Mayor Patterson. So it is, for that portion, we're using that during the amendment meeting to record the mover and seconder. So the submitted by is the member of council that's submitting the amendment form. And then we will record the mover and seconder on that form at the budget amendment meeting.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Vicky. The construction of the new police station will be discussed during the chief's presentation. Although the town owns the building, I wanted to flag that project information sits within the Police Services Board section of the budget book so that the chief can address any questions directly while he's here. Following the Police Services Board presentation and the external presentations, we will move into the town departmental presentations, beginning with the fire department. After Chief Dentiker's presentation, we will pause to address any remaining questions that council may have of the external boards or the fire chief. And at that point, the external representatives and Chief Dentiker will be free to leave, and then we can take a short break. After the break, Sherry will present the council and administration budgets. I will cover the remaining external organizations, and then hopefully we can have some lunch. Following lunch, I will present the corporate services budget. April Marshall will present the economic development budget. Andrew Wilkins, supported by staff, will present the public works, building, and planning budgets. And Laura Kristen will conclude the departmental presentations with parks, recreation, and culture. Each presenter will keep their remarks brief to ensure we have sufficient time to address council's questions, which is the primary focus of today's meeting. So to begin, I guess we go off to the DIA for their presentation.
So welcome JD to the podium. And Sherry, I'm going to rely on you for the page numbers or tabs.
Yeah, so that's a good one because I think, sorry, I don't mean, is everybody using their, so you received an electronic copy and a hard copy. So I just need to know, what are you using? Are we using hard copy? I'm hearing both. Who's using both? Hard copy for the most part? Do you feel like you're in school, Mr. Hockey? It's a pretty quick hand up. Okay. Are the numbers the same in the hard copy? They are for sure. Do we know that for sure?
Like if you've got the entire package, they are different, but within the package, they're at the bottom of the package as well. So they should be the same.
Okay, so sorry for that convoluted answer. We are in section, I believe, 4. 4, thank you.
And can you help with the microphone?
So section 4, and I believe the DIA is the very first budget. Second, sorry, thank you. I gotta get there myself.
Page 43.
Yes, so there is a 6-page difference, so we'll just try to maneuver that as best we can today. Unfortunately, that's just the reality when we try to do hard copy and an e-scribe version, so we'll get there.
Okay, welcome JD.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to be here to answer any questions that you might have with the DI budget this year. They tell me that you have a copy of it. Our budget from taxation will bring in about 52,500. That's a 3% increase over last year. And that has been rather consistent over the last few years that we have been trying to work in the 3% range. Something a little different this year is we have a transfer from reserve of $5,000. And that's to assist us in the downtown plan with the consultant that is being hired for the downtown plan. So that's where our money is coming to help with that project. Otherwise, and that shows up under downtown revitalization for 13,000. We are continuing on with the about 3,000 in there for the improvements to facades and signage. So the 3,000 there for that part of it, and the 10,000 for the consultant. That's how we come with the 13,000. Otherwise, the budget is pretty much consistent with other years. So if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer those.
Thank you, JD. Council, any comments or questions? I don't see any, so we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next on the agenda is the library, and we have Carolyn Cascanet, the CEO of the library here, and also some members of the library board.
So we are on 52 electronically and 45 in your binder.
Hello, Your Worship and Council. Are we ready with the screen? I think so. Okay. The ever-changing faces of libraries is to be offering more without receiving more. And I wanted to highlight that our advocacy groups this year are really planning on rallying the provincial government to increase our offerings from the province because it hasn't been raised in 30 years. So I just wanted council to be aware that that is something that library groups are working towards in general. The library's mandate is to provide information, resources, lead in technology, create social opportunities, and offer an inclusive and welcoming space, just to name a few. The Hanover Public Library is a leader among small town libraries. We hear it from non-resident members regularly that they would rather pay our fees than go to their free library. And we hear from previously urban library users that who come to us that our collection is top-notch and our programming ideas are engaging and fun. We are a vital community resource as the Newcomer Resource Center, as well as the Tourist Information Center, one of the first places people visit when they come to Hanover. We hope you can support us with our budget ask to continue to serve our growing and diverse community effectively. We've had another year of growth at the library. Our new library registrations are holding strong, averaging about 34 cards a month. So that's a card a day for the past 2 years straight. Our non-resident cards see about 5 a month, which brings about $4,000 in revenue. Our non-resident fees continue to match what a Hanover resident would be paying based on the municipal contribution. The 2026 budget, the library board presented to the mayor contained a 5% increase to last year's municipal contribution. A modest request that unfortunately does not fully cover the escalating prices of circulating materials in today's economy. Through discussion with the mayor, our book budget increase has been scaled back, as well as our request for DVDs and audiobooks being reduced from their 2024 levels. In 2026, we plan to introduce a new type of audiobook device. However, with a smaller budget line, rolling out the collection will gradually take a longer period. We also plan to expand our large print to reach the older adults of Hanover. These books are costlier than normal size print, so again, we'll have to extend the rollout. Looking ahead to 2026, technology upgrades are a priority. Libraries play a crucial role in bridging the digital divide, providing technology access and to support to those who need it. To keep pace with other libraries, upgrades are essential. I'm pleased to report that I've secured a $10,000 grant to cover most of the computer purchases we'll be making. Our staffing model is unchanged from last year, so we are only asking for the increase as outlined by town policies and legislation. As always, staffing is the largest portion of our budget. Our staff are what make the library a welcoming and helpful space. This year, we helped many individuals, but 2 in particular came back with their stories. Both were English as a second language speaker, and one said they were going to return home to their home country until the library had helped them to integrate into the community. And the other one said, because of the help we provided them, she was able to learn about our community and the resources, and she got a job in her field. The library is an important part of the community, and we have stories like this regularly, and they would not be possible without our dedicated and passionate staff. As of last year, I had reported that we answered 1,000 more questions than 2024, and in 2025, we answered 1,500 more than the year before. So the library is increasingly busy and utilized. Moving forward, we've included a slight decrease in our fundraising budget. This year, I believe, due to economic hardships, we were not able to raise as much as we have in the past. We have plans for multiple fundraisers next year, but it's very taxing on staff, and it does take away from our main focus of serving the community. We were hoping to reduce the amount to $15,000. However, to balance the budget, we'll try and raise $18,800. We have strong partnerships in the community and plan to seek further partnerships to reach these goals. Working together with other community groups helps lessen the load and share the revenue across everybody in the town. Most surrounding libraries do much less fundraising than the Hanover Public Library, and previous statistics show that the highest raising libraries had only $16,000, which we will be surpassing. That being said, the library board wants to highlight the reserves is becoming a concern. The goal of the reserve fund was for eventual upgrades to a library, and continually needing to take from reserves is impacting our future. This year, we have budgeted $18,000 to come from our reserves to cover our strategic initiatives, which will include a new website and small upgrades to our shelves. In 2025, we increased the browsability of the library by adding end display caps as used in merchandising establishments and showcasing books that might have not been picked up otherwise. In 2026, we plan on adding shelves where we can utilize our space effectively, as we are at capacity for the amount of books, and new ones are always on the way. Something we've been seeing locally is an expectation for library programming. As Hanover grows and attracts people from more urban areas to settle here, the library services that are offered in the cities are expected from small town libraries as well. We are looking for a small increase to our programming budget to accommodate this, and we will be seeking more donations to cover such things such as craft supplies or speakers. Our summer programming numbers have been incredibly high the past 2 summers, and we would not be able to accommodate this without our grant-funded students. Our children's librarian works hard to make sure that children of every economic background get to have an exciting summer, while also keeping reading happening over the summer so they don't fall behind in school. Following comments from a council meeting, we started teen programming this year and have had successful turnouts for our craft programs. The increase to our programming budget has some focus on increased teen programming as well as adult programming. Our socialization and craft programs, as well as our clean and green programs, have reached a demographic of 25 to 45, which we haven't reached before. Because of their busy lifestyle, they don't always have time or extra money to go to big events. We charge a small amount of money for these programs to recover some of the cost. With today's economic times, we try to keep the programs as affordable as possible. A little extra in the library budget goes far for our patrons, as it's more than just a program for them. They also get opportunities to learn, connect, and unwind locally. Isolation and loneliness is a major issue that libraries are here to combat. Bringing people together in a low barrier and accepting environment ensures people of all demographics can connect. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Carolyn. Any comments? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Carolyn, for your report. Certainly, I think the reach and the programming that the library offers is really quite impressive. I think in a recent set of your board minutes, it talked about there being more than 2,000 active library cards, so members who are actually coming in within the past 2 years. So it really does show the reach that the library has. And certainly your continued fiscal responsibility is certainly noted and truly appreciated. I was hoping that you could provide comment on the library space needs. It talks about a formal ask of town council. Just wondering where the library is at in terms of that process.
We have completed our space needs, and I'm going to be working to get a delegation to come and do the full presentation to you probably next year.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Sacco. No? Okay. Oh, good. Anyone else? Okay. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Carolyn. Next on the agenda is the police budget, and we have Chief Chris Noel. And we're on page.
So yeah, you're 61 electronically and 54 in your hard copy.
Thank you. And Chief, all yours.
Absolutely. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. I will say this is about my 10th budget and they never get easier. So they're always a challenge. So our police service is comprised of 16 full-time officers, 2 full-time special constables, and 1 part-time special constable. We also have 4 part-time constables and 1 part-time special constable, and those people are used on a casual as-needed basis to help us meet the needs of our organization. We do operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And we do provide a full range of public safety policing duties for our community. We have about 5,000 calls for service every single year. Our board-approved budget for this year is $4,144,100. That was approved by the board after 2 meetings on November the 10th of 2025. During the course of those 2 meetings, the police board went through that budget line item by line item. This represents a 5.8% increase over the 2025 budget for a total increase of $227,500. This total amount is combined of the administrative, operational, board, and capital budgets. The bulk of our increases are found in salary and benefits, with pay increases that are consistent with the policing labor market. We also have many junior officers that are being promoted through the ranks from entry levels up to the top levels. Our complement of uniformed and civilian staff is currently based on our current population. However, the challenge is in dealing with the outside population. We estimate that about 50% of our work is from the outside communities, and it's really because of that regional hub status. Thankfully, the majority of the people that come to our community are coming to our community for the good, but some not so much. The underlying issues that drive the bulk of our work are the regional hub status. I can tell you that we have arrested suspects from Toronto, Mississauga, Oshawa, Kitchener-Waterloo, Guelph, London, Owen Sound, and all points in between. These are for multi-jurisdictional thefts. We've had robberies and drug trafficking. The next area is in mental health. You'll notice that we've had over 200 calls for mental health so far this year, and those numbers continue to increase. Thankfully, we have a co-partnership with the Canadian Mental Health Association, and we have a person embedded in our police service that helps us with the mental health crisis and the needs of our community. Next is the homeless and the underhoused. That drives our work. Drug and alcohol misuse, and intimate partner and family violence. I can tell you that our investigations are continually becoming more complex and time-consuming, driven by ongoing changes in the law and the mainstream use of the internet and electronic devices in every aspect of everyone's life. I can tell you that video evidence is becoming more mainstream, but for every hour of video evidence that we collect, it's at least 2 hours of labor to review that video and to note it. Our investigations are taking our team of officers further and further from our community to solve crimes, to either track down witnesses, victims, or suspects. And the good news is that our criminal investigators have developed a reputation of solving crimes that do occur in our community and do impact our citizens. We have one of the best clearance rates in Ontario and, in fact, Canada. And the word should be getting out that crime does not pay in the town of Hanover. Looking forward, we intend on adding a 17th officer in 2026 to increase our complement by 1. We do plan on building on that number as the years go ahead. And we also plan on updating our police procedures to make sure that they're in line with best practices and the ever-changing laws. And lastly, I'll comment on the new police station. The timelines remain in place to move to a new police station in the fall of 2027. By the time we go into our new station, we would have been in our current station for 47 years. It is time to move to a new station. We are using every nook and cranny of our current building. The design is currently being worked on by our architects. They happen to be the same architects that did the design on this building and the clock tower. We're working with a committee to finalize the design and review budgets. Subject to any questions, that's my presentation.
Thank you. Comments or questions for Chief Knoll? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just referring to page 67 electronically or 61 hard copy. So in looking at some of the, let's see. Licenses, police dispatching service, particularly building grounds maintenance, general equipment repairs. Now, is that taking into consideration, particularly the building, the maintenance, that sort of thing, that is not attached to the new building then? The prices have not increased because of a new building?
No.
I'm just wondering, some of those seem a little bit doubled from what your actual and previously budgeted year.
Yeah, that's because we are experiencing some plumbing issues in this current building that we know we're going to have to address here we've been trying to address for the last year or two.
Mhm.
But we know we have to address them in 2026. We're working hand in hand with the town on that.
Okay.
Chris?
You will notice that there's also a transfer from reserves, police reserves for 18,000 to cover that one-time cost. So it's an in and out.
Thanks, Chris. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sure that we'll be getting more information. Just wondering if we know whether the new police station building is proposed to be on budget. Certainly, we know that the percentage increases that have been proposed for 2025, 26, 27 are based on an estimated cost somewhere in the 8-point-something million range. And just wondering if it's looking like we're going to be on track for that, or whether those tax increases are going to have to be adjusted.
CAO Sherry is going to comment on that.
So the committee is working recently with the architectural firm with respect to costing. They had hired a third-party cost consultant as part of the process accordingly. We've just received an update, and council can look forward to an update here in the near future with respect to that. And then there will be some decisions that council will have to make accordingly.
Anything further, Councillor Cable?
So I guess just to clarify, so the intent is that the 2.6% increase in this budget would be sufficient for the upcoming year. And if it was to be higher going forward, would we be doing a 4-year phase-in? Is that the idea? I just would hate to see that we end up with a 4% increase next year in order to get to the number we need to get to.
Well, I'll start. And then maybe Chris can help a little bit. I would think that if 2.67% is our direction for this year, should the police station construction amount be more than we anticipated, that council will have to determine whether an extended phase-in would be necessary accordingly. I don't know if Chris has anything more to add to that.
Through you, Your Worship, we had originally budgeted for 650,000 a year to repay for this loan. So we did 125,600, I think, last year. We're doing 262,800 this year, 262,800 in 2027. So at that point, once we know what the amount is, I'm sure they're going to come back to finance and ask us. So we'll look at either getting grants, or we'll have to extend it over a 4-year period so that we don't have that increase further than the 262,800 that we had originally planned for the 3 years. But it will be council's decision at that point.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, we're good. Thank you. So next.
We're ahead of schedule, which is fine. I did send Chief Deniger a note to say to be here around 9:55 or 10 accordingly. So Yellen, I'm wondering if we can move back a step and go over the asset management and capital requirements, because you provided an introduction at the start, but I'm just wondering if we take this opportunity now to start on that area. And then Chief Deniger is due to arrive here momentarily. We can switch to him accordingly. So flexibility will be necessary today as we move through this.
What page are we on?
So this one is a PowerPoint presentation, not a page in the budget book. Well, I mean, it's the entire first 3 sections of the budget book summarized, but I did pull together a presentation. So I've already spoken to the budget process earlier, noting that it's a mayoral budget this year. The amendment process is for the December 4th amendment meeting. After that, we'll deal with whatever happens. So the next slide, please, Vicki. It speaks to the 4 main factors that shape our budget and influence the affordability of the services that we provide. And that's for this budget in particular. The first is demographics, and that text is very small. I do apologize. Hanover, like many communities, is experiencing significant demographic shifts. Our population is aging, which affects not only our available workforce, but also the types of programs and services our residents rely on. At the same time, we also have many young people who, despite their potential, are facing high unemployment rates across the province. And this is a real challenge for them to find stable work. So these realities guide how we think about our role in the community and the kinds of supports that we need to offer. The second factor influencing this budget is our revenue sources. More and more, we are relying on funding from other levels of government to move forward with capital projects that we would not be able to afford on our own. These grants, while essential, usually come with conditions, often tied to enabling housing. For Hanover, meeting those requirements is difficult, given the limited amount of developable land that we have available. Many of these grants also require matching municipal funds, and setting those aside within our current budget constraints is a significant challenge. The third factor influencing this budget is our infrastructure. Again, very small text, I do apologize. Infrastructure renewal makes up the majority of our capital plan, and much of it is driven by the priorities identified in our asset management plan. We are committed to maintaining and rehabilitating the assets we own and are responsible for. However, the cost of replacing aging infrastructure continues to rise. And like many municipalities, Hanover went through periods of rapid development in the past, which means sizable portions of our infrastructure are now reaching the end of their useful lives at the same time. This results in spikes in capital costs rather than a steady, predictable pattern of spending. And the fourth and final factor influencing affordability in this budget is growth. Growth is essential to long-term affordability. Without increases to our assessment base, any new or rising costs are borne entirely by our existing residents. When we have healthy, managed growth, those costs can be shared more broadly, reducing the pressures on individual households and improving our overall financial sustainability. Next slide, please, Vicki. Tanya, sorry, not Vicki. When we talk about long-term affordability and financial sustainability, one of the key considerations is the balance of our assessment mix. How much of our tax base comes from residential properties versus commercial and industrial properties? While there's no perfect ratio that fits every municipality, many communities in Ontario use a general benchmark of 70 to 80% residential and 20 to 30% commercial and industrial combined. This level of non-residential assessment helps diversify revenues and reduce pressures on households, since commercial and industrial properties typically contribute more taxes than they consume in services. Hanover's current mix is 77% residential, which falls squarely within the typical range. However, it also means that the majority of our tax burden continues to rest on residents. To enhance our financial resilience, our goal is not to chase a specific percentage, but rather to grow our non-residential assessment over time, even modestly. This includes supporting strategic commercial and industrial development that fits within our available land base and our infrastructure capacity. Another important goal is ensuring that residential growth does not outpace our ability to service it. A strong assessment mix is not just about adding more properties, it's about maintaining a sustainable balance so that new development contributes positively to our long-term financial health. By gradually increasing the share of commercial and industrial activity in the town, and by encouraging well-planned growth overall, we can help stabilize tax impacts and strengthen affordability for our existing residents. Next slide, please. This year, the budget for the town, including operating and capital, is $20.12 million. We are anticipating revenues of $9.57 million from other levels of government and user fees. The remainder, or the tax levy, is $10.61 million. This represents a tax levy increase of 8.3% over the 2025 levy. What this looks like is a property tax bill for the average household assessed at $220,000 in 2016 assessment figures of $2,670. Each additional $100,000 in assessment is an increase of $1,210 to the property tax bill for the town. For the average assessed home, this represents an increase in taxes of $194 or an extra $16 a month from 2025. Next slide, please. So in September, and that is also very small, my apologies, but this graph is, or this chart is also in your budget packages in larger font. So in September, we conducted a preliminary assessment of the major cost drivers that we were aware of at the time, in order to understand what the potential tax increase might look like. Based on the police staffing requirements, the asset management plan, including the new police station, projected wage and benefit adjustments, and anticipated increases to insurance and utility costs, our early estimates indicated a tax levy increase of 8.16%. The updated figure before council today is 8.3%. That includes all of those initial assumptions, but also reflects additional pressures that were not available to us in September. So these include budget increases from external boards and organizations, costs associated with potential growth through the municipal boundary adjustment, 2 new positions recommended through the organizational review, and inflationary increases of approximately 2% across both the operating and capital budgets for the organization. Taken together, these factors would have resulted in a tax levy increase of 10.8%. However, we also received an unexpected increase of $240,600 in Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, OMPF grant funding, which we had not budgeted for. And this additional support reduced the levy requirement from 10.8% to the 8.3% increase before you today. I would also note that the overall OMPF funding envelope is set to grow by another $100 million in 2025 and 2026, reaching a total of $600 million in 2027. While we anticipate that our OMPF allocation will remain relatively stable, this is a clear example of our reliance on other levels of government to help us offset the growing number of services being downloaded to municipalities. For a community the size of Hanover, continuing to provide mandated services to a small population without provincial support would have resulted in a tax levy increase of over 10.8% rather than the 8.3% we are presenting today. Next slide, please. So this chart illustrates how the town's expenditures are distributed across our major service areas. As you can see, more than half of our total spending is concentrated in 2 areas: protective services and parks, recreation, and culture. The next largest areas of expenditure are transportation and general government, both of which represent significant and growing components of our budget. It is important to remember that each of these service areas include both an operating budget and a capital budget. Both sides of the budget are directly influenced by our asset management plan, as they reflect the costs of maintaining, rehabilitating, and eventually replacing the infrastructure that each service is responsible for overseeing. For example, within Parks and Recreation, the budget must support the ongoing operation and regular maintenance of the P&H Center. Items such as utilities, staffing costs, and minor repairs all fall within the operating budget of Parks and Recreation. But this same facility also requires long-term capital investment, including major rehabilitation and eventual replacement of building components as they reach the end of their useful life. And that's seen in the capital budget of the Parks and Recreation Department. We see similar pressures in other service areas. For example, within our transportation network, many road segments and related assets are now approaching the end of their life cycle, which results in higher capital requirements and rising operating costs. We either replace these assets that are nearing the end of their useful lives, or we invest more in maintaining those assets. It's either impacting the capital budget or it's impacting the operating budget. These realities underscore why both operating and capital budgets continue to grow, and why careful long-term planning is essential to ensuring the sustainability of our services. Next slide, please. So I'd like to take a moment to walk through our asset management plan and the costs associated with it. As a municipality, we own and are responsible for maintaining over $416 million in assets. These assets form the foundation of the services that we provide to our residents every day, and they fall into 2 main categories. The first is tax-funded assets. That includes our facilities, our roads, sidewalks, and storm sewer systems. The renewal and maintenance of these assets is funded through the property tax levy. The second category are rate-funded assets. So our towers, water mains, water treatment plant, these are funded through water and wastewater user fees and not through property taxes. Over the next few minutes, I'll walk through each of these asset groups and outline what the 10-year capital expenditure forecast looks like today. I'll also explain our funding strategies and, importantly, speak to what these strategies mean for Hanover residents. Next slide, please. So on the right-hand side, you'll see a chart. illustrating the capital expenditures planned over the next 10 years for our tax-funded assets. That includes our roads, facilities, and equipment. In this chart, the green line represents facility projects. The light gray line represents our transportation projects. So that's our roads, our sidewalks, and our streetlights. And the dark gray shows equipment and machinery. The orange line shows the total annual spending, and the dotted blue line shows the average annual spending across the 10-year period. Over the next decade, we are projecting to spend $73.1 million to replace or rehabilitate infrastructure in our tax-funded assets that's reaching the end of its useful life. This includes investments in facilities, roads, sidewalks, and equipment. It does not include stormwater infrastructure because our asset management plan does not yet include condition data for stormwater pipes. So our forecasts are based solely on the age of these assets, and under that model, we are not anticipating any major stormwater capital work within this 10-year window. However, we do have some comments on the reliability of some of the underlying data for this chart. For example, the road condition information in this plan is based on a study conducted in 2018, so that data is now 8 years old. We have included funding in this budget to update the study to ensure that our spending plan reflects the actual current condition of our road network. Roads might be in better condition than expected based on their age, or they might be in worse condition, and having this updated assessment will help us refine these forecasts. Similarly, our facility forecasts rely heavily on age-based assumptions. Under the P&H, using the P&H Center as an example, if a roof has a 30-year replacement life and it's 15 years old, this plan assumes that it's in good condition, just based on the age, even if we're already experiencing issues. So age-based assessments provide a useful, high-level overview of the long-term costs, but they are much less reliable when it comes to building a detailed capital forecast because they don't always capture the real-world conditions of these assets or the priority needs in terms of repairs and replacements. All of this is to say that the projected $73.1 million is likely a conservative estimate. The actual need may be higher once more accurate condition data is incorporated into the asset management plan. You'll also notice a significant spike in facility spending in 2027. This reflects the planned construction of the new police services building. Following that, you'll see a sharp drop off in facility spending until after 2031. This is not because our needs disappear, but rather because the gaps in the availability of condition data and our ability to forecast detailed requirements beyond this point. Next slide, please. So to fund our $73 million tax-funded capital investment, we are assuming $809,000 in annual grant funding. That's our OSIF and CCBF grants, or provincial federal grants that we get every year. A $49.4 million in debt financing over the next 10 years, and a minimum reserve and reserve fund balance of $731,000 for our tax-funded assets. Next slide, please. The funding strategy is shown in this chart. So the bottom green bar shows the steady grant funding that we're anticipating over this forecast. The light gray shows withdrawals from our reserves, and the dark gray bar shows the debt that we will take on to fund the remainder of the capital needs. The orange bar represents, or the orange line represents, the total capital expenditures in that year. In 2027, you'll notice a significant increase in debt. This reflects the financing for the new police station. You'll also see substantial use of our reserves and reserve funds in the first 5 years. Next slide, please. This chart represents the contributions to our reserves and reserve funds, as well as planned withdrawals from those funds. On the chart, the dark bars represent amounts drawn from reserves and reserve funds. The green bars show the amount that we're budgeting to add back to reserves. For much of this period, as you can see, we will be withdrawing more than we are contributing, and that will result in gradually reducing our reserves down to that minimum balance of $731,000. Next slide, please. So this slide is a summary of the funding strategy for tax-supported assets in our asset management plan. The gray line, or the gray bar, represents the total expenditures per year for those assets. The green bars, those tiny, tiny green bars at the bottom, show the minimum reserve balances, and the orange line reflects the debt servicing costs over the 10-year period. As you can see, we are planning to take on additional debt to fund increasing capital spending while maintaining a very lean reserve position throughout this period. In short, this strategy is aggressive, and it relies on keeping our reserves at or near fairly minimal levels. It allows us to invest in critical infrastructure, but it also leaves very little cushion in our reserves for unexpected expenditures or changes in funding. Next slide, please. So what's important to consider is what this level of aggressiveness in our strategy means for the taxpayer. Focusing heavily on reserves and debt reduces the taxes that our taxpayers have to pay. Under this approach, we are projecting an annual levy increase of 4.16% from 2026 to 2035. And that'll see the total tax levy grow from 9.8 million in 2025 to 14 million by 2035. To break this down, the 4.16% annual increase includes an operating cost increase of 2.2% to cover inflation. So this figure is conservative. It only reflects tax-funded assets and does not account for external boards and organizations. It does not account for any growth, and it does not account for any service expansion. Essentially, it covers the cost of maintaining our existing assets. At a household level, the average residential bill is projected to increase by approximately 34% over the next 10 years, rising from $2,476 in 2025 to $3,324 in 2035. So there are three key takeaways from this analysis. The first, and I think most obvious, is that this is not a sustainable strategy and it's not an affordable strategy for the town. The debt load is too high, our reserves are too low, and the resulting tax impacts are not affordable for our residents. The second is that we need better data. Age-based condition assessments are not sufficient for long-term planning, and we need more accurate and detailed conditions to predict cost and prioritize investments. And the third takeaway is that growth is absolutely essential. Our current tax base alone cannot support the cost of maintaining and renewing our infrastructure. Expanding the tax base is a critical part of ensuring long-term financial sustainability, and it needs to happen as quickly as possible. In short, while this model illustrates the costs of maintaining our existing assets, it highlights the need for a more balanced, data-driven, and growth-focused strategy moving forward. Next slide, please. Now we'll turn to the rate-funded assets. So we've got our water, wastewater assets, and the picture is a little bit different in this group. This slide illustrates the projected capital needs for our water and wastewater infrastructure over the next 10 years. There are two key points to note here. The first is that the wastewater treatment plant is scheduled for 2028 and 2029. It represents obviously a major spike in the capital costs. In contrast, minimal investments are anticipated for water infrastructure over the same period, while most wastewater infrastructure upgrades are concentrated around 2030. This analysis again relies on age-based condition data. The timing of capital investments is currently based on the age of the assets, not their actual condition. As Hanover was built out, sections of pipes were installed simultaneously, and many are now approaching the end of their useful life at the same time. Hence the spikes reflected in this model. Because we do not yet have comprehensive condition data, we're using age as a proxy for replacement planning. Accurate condition assessments would allow us to better prioritize investments and more effectively forecast capital requirements. Conducting CCTV inspections of the entire pipe network is prohibitively expensive. Instead, we've focused these inspections on our highest risk pipes, particularly those made out of clay, to better evaluate replacement timelines. Funding for these inspections is included in the water budget and does not impact the tax levy in 2026. Overall, this reinforces the need for improved data to guide long-term planning and ensure a rate-funded infrastructure is maintained efficiently. Next slide, please. Funding for the capital needs of our water and wastewater networks is based on two key assumptions. First, the total cost of the water treatment plant upgrade is estimated at $77.8 million, with planning and construction costs occurring between 2026 and 2029. Second, we're projecting annual water and wastewater rate increases of 5.7% from 2026 to 2035. Under this model, revenues for the water and wastewater systems are expected to grow from $5.6 million in 2025 to $9.7 million in 2035. So these assumptions form the foundation of our rate-funded capital strategy. Next slide, please. This slide shows the funding strategy in a nutshell for our water and wastewater network. So you'll see, that's very small. You'll see basically that there are two primary sources of revenue. The green bars are reserves and reserve funds. The gray bars are development charges. So according to the asset management plan, development charges will be used to fund the replacement of the water and wastewater treatment plant. And that is $78 million in development charges. Next slide, please. Assuming that we are somehow able to collect $78 million in development charges over the next 3 years, the asset management plan projects that our debt servicing costs, so that's the annual repayment of principal and interest on any debt that we've taken on, will be approximately 16% of the town's own source revenue. For context, own source revenue refers to the revenues that the town generates directly, including property taxes and user fees. Debt servicing costs are the costs of, or the portion of those revenues that must be set aside each year to repay borrowed funds, including both principal and interest. The province sets a maximum annual repayment limit of 25% of own source revenues so that municipalities don't take on unsustainable levels of debt. Under this model, our debt strategy remains within the provincially legislated limit, but it relies on several key assumptions. First, annual water and wastewater increases of 5.7%, annual tax levy increases of 4.16%, and annual assessment growth of 1.14%. Next slide, please. This slide represents the debt forecast under the current model. The green bars represent the projected debt repayment costs as a percentage of the town's own source revenue. The dark line at the top is the provincial maximum of 25%. The dotted line is the town's self-imposed limit of 10%. That limit is established in our debt management policy, and it's designed to preserve additional debt capacity so that we can respond to any unexpected challenges or seize any strategic opportunities as they arise. According to this forecast, we will exceed the town's 10% self-imposed limit by 2029, even though we will remain below the provincial maximum. Next slide, please. And this, I think, is probably the most important slide in the entire spiel today. The asset management plan acknowledges that it is highly unlikely that the town of Hanover will be able to raise $78 million in development charges over the next 2 years. So, to quote the asset management plan, while the town expects to eventually recover the costs associated with the planned upgrades to its water, wastewater control plant through development charges, it is expected that the initial construction costs would require additional debt financing. The level of additional debt financing required would depend on several factors, including the amount of development charges that the town is able to collect up to the date of construction. To date, we're at $0. We don't have development charges yet. Furthermore, it is expected that once this additional debt is incorporated into the analysis, the town would exceed the provincial policy limit of 25% debt servicing costs. In short, the wastewater treatment plant upgrade cannot be funded with the current asset management plan strategy. We will not collect DCs that the plan requires, and because we can't do that, we will be far above the provincial maximum for debt repayment. Moving forward, we need to strengthen our asset management plan with better condition data, revise our funding strategy for capital replacement, and evaluate the levels of service we have committed to in the plan so that we can build a strategy that is actionable and better reflective of the fiscal capacity of the town. Next slide, please. This slide compares the funding needs outlined in the asset management plan with what we have included in our 2026 capital plan. So on the left-hand side, the dark bars represent the target funding for each asset group under the tax-funded assets, and the green represents what's in the budget. On the right-hand side, or as you can see, we're underfunding all of our tax-funded assets relative to asset management plan targets. However, on the right-hand side, the 2026 budget reflects an investment in infrastructure that exceeds what was planned in the asset management plan. So we are being more aggressive on the water and wastewater side. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, that does not balance out. So when we combine both the rate-funded and tax-funded infrastructure, it's clear that the 2026 budget remains well below the funding targets outlined in the asset management plan. This underfunding is a deliberate decision by staff. Rather than trying to meet the asset management plan targets immediately, which would have required unsustainable tax and rate increases, we are prioritizing investment in better data and the development of a more robust long-term funding strategy that is actionable by the town. This approach allows us to make more informed, evidence-based decisions about infrastructure investment in future budgets, ensuring that we can address critical needs while maintaining fiscal sustainability. In summary, the asset management plan provides a clear picture of the town's infrastructure needs and the long-term pressures on both tax-funded and rate-funded assets. While the 2026 budget does not fully meet the asset management plan funding targets, this reflects a strategic decision to balance fiscal responsibility with critical investment needs. By prioritizing better data, condition assessments, and targeted investments, we're building the foundation for a more informed and sustainable infrastructure strategy in future years. The asset management plan underscores the importance of planning proactively, investing strategically, and aligning funding with both immediate and long-term priorities. Ultimately, the asset management plan guides our budget, ensuring that Hanover can maintain its infrastructure responsibly. It also highlights the need for ongoing monitoring, accurate data, and a sustainable funding approach to meet the demands over the long term. So with that, I will conclude my presentation on the asset management plan. Please, no one ask questions. I'm joking.
So thank you, Yelena. That's very sobering information. I'm glad to see we have a plan, but I'll open it up for comments or questions. Did you notice how quiet the room got? The more you spoke, the quieter it got. Like people were really listening. Deputy Mayor Dickert, then Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Yelena. The asset management plan, are there any accounts there for federal and provincial funding, like the 74 million for the water treatment plant and all that? That's the total project price. That's assuming we don't get any federal and provincial funding. So those are the unknowns going forward?
Correct. Yeah. So we have $809,000 in federal and provincial funding as a baseline, which is what we receive based on formula-based grants. But any of those competitive grants, we've not factored into the analysis just to make sure that we're not planning for something that might not materialize.
If I could reiterate, that Yelena is talking about is for tax funded. You were talking about water, wastewater. We would have to go to grants for that or increase water sewer rates.
But that $77 million, I think it was $77 million project, that is wastewater. So that is a rate funded project, which we would still apply for federal and provincial support and hopefully get some of it. There's no guarantees.
Yeah, through you, this same how we did for the water tower. We were able to get some funding through the ICIP grant to get the water tower monies going as well for that. And for the wastewater treatment plant, we have the HEWSF fund, which is Housing Enabling Water System funding, to help us do the interim plant upgrades for the wastewater plant so that we can see how much we really have to spend immediately of that 77 million. Because as Yelena has said, it's not sustainable directly until we can get some major funding from the province and the feds.
Councillor Hawking.
Thank you, Worship. Excellent report, Helena. Quite sobering. But I just want to comment on your comment on the importance of industrial and commercial development. I don't know this to be the fact, but I'm going to use this as a as an example, if we get $1 from residential, we'll get $1.50 or $1.60 from the commercial and industrial. That is why this recent prosperity agreement with West Grey is so important to the future and well-being of our municipality. Having said that, we're going to have to concentrate on a really strong, aggressive marketing plan to make sure we get those commercial industrial companies into our municipality so that we can improve the assessment, which in turn improves the revenue. So I couldn't agree with you more, and I just wanted to accentuate that point. Thank you.
Other comments? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for the report. I'm hoping that we can get a copy of those slides. That would be a great reference point. I guess I'm wondering, for the asset management plan, we had the 4.16%. So I'm just trying to understand when we look at the debt costs for the police stations. So on one of your slides, it is referenced this $391,900, and a portion of that is for the asset management plan, and a portion of that is for the police station debt servicing cost. So going forward, is the plan that the debt servicing cost is part of that 4.16% asset management plan increase? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the asset management plan incorporated, because at the time the plan was developed, they knew that the new police station was being considered, and so they included that as part of the analysis. So the plan does include the debt servicing costs for the police station as well as future maintenance costs for the building.
And just a further question. So going forward, when we're looking at taking additional debt on in order to fund assets, so is the debt payment going forward, that's part of the 4.16%?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to
So fire. So come on up. It's like Price is Right today, Jeff. Come on down. Anyways, so we are on page 123 electronically. You are on tab 11 for your fire and rescue, which starts at 116. You can sit at the desk if you want to, Jeff. It's up to you. Yes, I did put your name there proactively this morning. Just with respect to the slides, I had noted during the presentation to make sure council receives a copy of those, so we'll send those out. You're on page 123 is the start of the section for, wait, 120, yeah, 123 electronically and 116 in your binder.
everybody found their spot? All right, Chief, yours.
Thank you, Worship. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'll be presenting a brief overview of the Hanover Fire Department, our role, and our 2025 accomplishments, our goals for 2026, and the key capital projects currently underway. Our mission is to protect life, property, and the environment through the 3 lines of defense: public education, fire prevention, and emergency response. We also enforce the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and the Ontario Fire Code. The Hanover Fire Department provides a wide range of emergency services, including medical support, structural and proximity firefighting, water rescue, high-angle rescue, auto extrication, and drone operations. By the beginning of October 2025, we responded to 176 emergency calls with more than 2,300 personnel hours on scene. We also invested over 4,700 hours in public education and training. As part of our ongoing training efforts, we completed ice and static water rescue certification ahead of the 28 provincial deadline. Fire prevention efforts included 104 events, reaching approximately 3,200 residents, along with 41 Alarm for Life home visits and 89 commercial and industrial inspections. Our biggest milestone in 2025 was the completion and opening of our new Net Zero fire station, significantly improving our operational efficiency and sustainability. Other key achievements included beginning NFPA 1006 Swiftwater Rescue certification ahead of schedule, a successful Ministry of Labor inspection on decontamination practices, live fire training for 2024 and 2025 recruits, continued specialty training in high-angle water rescue, auto extrication, aerial operations, and drone operations, certification of 4 firefighters to NFPA 1001 Level 1 and 2, completion of fire officer, safety officer, pump ops, fire instructor, and auto extrication certifications, hiring a dedicated drone pilot to support emergency preparedness, and continued collaboration with local schools and regional fire partners. Looking ahead, our 2026 operational goals include implementing medical oversight, marketing the online burn permit program, replacing water rescue equipment that has surpassed its useful life, completing annual technical rescue equipment inspections and a third-party audit of surface water rescue, delivering firefighter 1, 2, and hazardous materials training, increasing course attendance for pump operations, fire officer 1, and fire instructor 1, enhancing underwater search and recovery capabilities, finalizing our review of dispatching options, expanding our drone team to 1 or 2 pilots, continuing to improve decontamination procedures, completing live fire training for all members, completing provincial Swiftwater certification and starting rope rescue certification, working with vulnerable occupancies in schools on evacuation planning, updating the municipal emergency management plan and preparing for the 2026 exercises, and continuing to support and train for the critical incident stress team. As far as capital projects, the first one is the replacement of the 1999 rescue pumper. This is our second year of a long-term borrowing payment, with the truck expected in 2027. The current 1999 rescue pump is our most heavily used apparatus. First out for rescues, carbon monoxide calls, and out-of-town fires, and second out for in-town fires. At 26 years old, it faces ongoing electrical, mechanical, and body deterioration issues. After reviewing several options, staff determined replacing the custom cab rescue pumper with a 1 commercial rescue pumper seating 5 provides an increased opportunity, lower operating cost, operational flexibility, and saves the municipality well over $500,000 compared to another custom unit. The chassis was ordered in 2024 due to long build times. When delivered in 2027, it will become our first out fire apparatus. Number 2 is replacement of the rescue boat, funded fully from reserves with a $2,500 donation from the Power Workers Union toward lighting upgrades. The current boat motor and trailer was purchased in 2007, and they're no longer safe to operate. Water rescue is essential both locally and regionally. We provide services to 5 partner municipalities, and both the community risk assessment and municipal hazard identification and risk assessment identify water-related emergencies as high priority hazards. The new vessel provides improved maneuverability, increased engine power, enhanced durability for shallow water and ice conditions, watertight electrical compartments, better lighting, and a cleaner, more reliable 4-stroke motor. This replacement is necessary to maintain safe and effective water rescue operations. The third capital item is a drone replacement, also funded from reserves. Our current Mavic 2 Enterprise Dual is outdated and no longer supported. The recommended replacement is a DJI Matrice 4 TD. It offers all-weather IP55 durability, up to 54 minutes of flight time, high-resolution thermal imaging, and a 48-megapixel zoom camera. The drone supports structure fires, search and rescue, technical rescue, and hazmat operations. Combined with our existing DJI M30T, the 2-aircraft system provides rapid deployment, long-duration flight capability, advanced imaging, and improved situational awareness for complex incidents. Looking ahead in 2026, we will conduct the 1-year performance review of the Net Zero Fire Station to confirm it is meeting energy and sustainability targets. We will also be beginning training 5 new recruits starting in January and continue updating technical rescue protocols to maintain NFPA compliance. We remain committed to strong firefighter training, education, partnerships, successful planning, and community emergency management. In closing, 2025 was a year of major progress, and our 2026 goals and capital projects ensure we remain modern, trained, safe, and fully equipped to meet the needs of our community and regional partners. Be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Comments, questions? Counselor Hudson.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Chief. Just wondering, with the replacement of these 3 items through capital, will that pretty much have you up to speed for the next number of years as far as larger capital projects?
For the next capital items would be replacement of the aerial apparatus. There's no time limit on that one. It's just when the aerial starts costing us too much money for repairs. Unlike the other pumps, it's a requirement under insurance underwriting that we have up-to-date equipment as our front line. And then the only other item that's down the road is our SCBA. They're becoming aged, but okay, they're holding together. So I think that's 5 or 6 years down the road that we have that in the potential for capital. So SCBA is what we wear on our back to provide us air in a fire.
Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Chief, for the overview. I'm just wondering, in the report talks about the new recruits who are going to start in the new year. Does that number bring you closer to full complement, or are there individuals who have left the department that this is balancing out?
Yes, that would bring us back to full complement of 35. Yeah, so and then we're hoping that it holds for a little while.
Excellent, thank you.
Other comments or questions? Okay, I don't see any, Chief, so. Very good. All right, so next on the agenda is any outstanding questions from everything you've heard this morning? Anything that's come to mind? Counselor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 122 of the package, this is still under fire, talks about the payment from the Township of West Gray for the fire service that's provided in that area. If there was a boundary adjustment that was approved, would we expect that that number would decrease in future years?
Our CAO will answer that.
So that agreement has been identified as an item through our mutual prosperity boundary adjustment discussions. That would need to be reconsidered. We have a couple of thoughts on that I've chatted with Jeff about. We hope there's some other solutions that may ensure that is not decreased. Potentially an expanded area that Hanover Fire covers accordingly for West Gray, but those have not been confirmed with West Gray at this time. So it's been identified that we will have to have those conversations. Don't have a specific answer, but we've got some thoughts around that we can share with West Gray accordingly.
One additional question. This is still on the fire budget. So near the bottom of page 122, so we can see the external interest expense at 265,000 and the principal payment on the loan of 161. So if I add those two numbers together, that gets me to the 426,500, which is the fire hall payment. Just above there is the internal interest expense for 25,000. And I'm assuming that that's related to a pumper truck that's referenced in the debt section. I guess my question is, where do we find the principal payment that's associated with that internal interest expense?
So am I going to turn that one over to Yelena or Chris?
Within the budget binder book, there was an area about internal borrowing that Yelena had identified. And that principal amount does not get repaid. It's just sitting there as money borrowed from internal reserves. So all they're paying is interest only for the 3 years until 2027, when we will go out externally and borrow for that 9 million or 900,000, sorry, 900,000. Whoa, 9 million. 900,000. So right now the internal is interest only, but when you look at the page number 40 of the actual binder, I don't know what it is in the electronic one.
And just to add to that, the reason that principal repayments aren't factored in is because it's the town's cash borrowed by another town entity. So the interest is basically the interest that the town is losing by not having those funds sitting in the bank by using them for something else.
We're still getting to
So
pay.
you will notice that it went from 254,400. And it will go to 484,390 because we just paid for another portion in 2025. And then next year, there'll probably be about $20,000 possibly, according to the capital. And then in 2027, that's when you're actually going to purchase the entire machine that you're going to receive. And then that's when you're going externally to take the money that you borrowed internally and transfer it into a loan for the 900.
And just to follow up, your worship, so on the page for internal borrowing, so we have the fire pumper truck, it's the top line. And so it talks about the repayment date being 2029, and the principal balance is $217,000. So the debt servicing cost at 33,240, that's built into page 122 as well.
Yes, it'll be the transfer to reserves is around the $42,000 that you will see there. So there's 27,700 for the principal payment plus interest on top of that.
Is it fair to assume that the repayment date will be past 2029?
I think 2029 is the wrong number that's there. I think it's 2034. Let me just triple check here. It's 2034. It should not be 2029. It's 2034. So it's $27,133.33 till 2034. And each year the interest goes down and down.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions from anything this morning so far? Okay, we can take a break or we can go on to council.
It's really up to you.
Break? All right.
That might just allow us to kind of rejig with some staff for this afternoon too.
So let's come back at 20 to 11. Okay, we are now back in session after our first break. So we're going to skip to page 42, which is SVCA, Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, Saugeen Municipal Airport, and SMART. So Yelena, we're on tab 4, page 42. I don't know the electronic, but
Thank you very much. Through you, your worship. On page 42, the 3 external organization budgets are listed. So SVCA budget is increasing by $9,000. The Saugeen Municipal Airport was budgeted at $55,000. We have an update that it's $54,300, so $700 less. So it'll stay the same. And then the Smart Transit budget is increasing by $6,000 or 4%. We don't have anything on the provincial gas tax piece compared to last year because we are anticipating not being the host municipality for the provincial gas tax moving forward. That is the extent of those budget changes.
and I can report that Saugeen Valley Conservation is going to be 1.6% down from 5. That was just decided on Thursday. They are using reserves to bring it down. Chris?
Mayor Patterson, are we sure that that's for the town portion or the overall SVCA portion? Because it all depends on how that share is divvied up.
Well, to tell you the truth, I left my sheet at home and I had it all worked out. So I can let you know tomorrow. Overall is the 1.6. Correct. Any questions, comments? Anybody wants to share anything with that? Okay, good. So now we're going to move to tab 6, which is the council presentation.
And that is page 75 electronic, or sorry, I'm a page ahead of myself. 74-ish, probably. Yeah, 74 electronically or 67 hard copy. Are we good? Everybody's there?
Yes.
So these are the budget areas for council. And again, the strategic plan, which was referenced by Yelena with the strategic priorities with respect to our capital and operational spending. This really is our guiding document for both council and staff. And as you know, based on the July report to council, we've been aggressively tackling those recommendations with 93% of them either in process or completed. So we are staying true to that strategic plan accordingly. And it's built around those 5 key goals. And I am going to say them again because I don't think we can say them enough. And that is safe and reliable infrastructure, healthy and welcoming community, strong and vibrant economy, balanced growth, and open and responsible government. The budget is one of the main tools for delivering on our strategic plan. And the priorities that you see in the 2026 mayoral budget revolve around that major capital investment, around water infrastructure, fire services, and downtown revitalization, ongoing operational funding with respect to parks and recreation programs, planning and communications, as well as future planning to ensure sustainable long-term service delivery. Some of our 2025 program highlights include that there were 10 delegations to council, 37 bylaws, and 25 agreements. To date, you've reviewed 129 staff reports to council, and in your package, it's broken down by department, what reports have revolved around. There's been 2 joint ministry delegations at Roma and AMO. And the boundary adjustment in principle agreement is, as you know, proceeded to public meeting, which was held last week. So that's been a key work of council and staff throughout this year. We were surprised, you might say, by strong mayor powers in June. but we have been embracing that legislation with direction provided for delegation of authority accordingly by the mayor to council and CAO. And this, as has been noted, is our first 2026 is our first budget in the Strong Mayor Powers legislation. I'm not going to say anything more about the strategic plan implementation. It's noted as a highlight. But again, we have been working very diligently to ensure that that plan is actively activated and moving forward. Procedural bylaw, as you know, was updated through considerable update and revision, and therefore a new procedural bylaw was developed and approved in July, I believe it was, of 2025. We know that council is very active and out and about, and the community and staff appreciate that accordingly. With respect to 2026 goals within your budget area, we are maintaining doctor recruitment funding at $90,000. That's that transfer to the Hanover and District Hospital Foundation. We have chosen to suggest a direction to evaluate potential financial commitments to Saugeen Hospice pending Grey County contribution decision. It's our understanding that Grey County does have a healthcare funding application process that we understand maybe Saugeen Hospice may be making an application. It's also our understanding that pending other Grey County municipal contributions to Saugeen Hospice, that it could impact or compromise a potential Grey County funding decision. Hence why the direction, proposed direction, is to not include it at this time and consider it accordingly. There's also significant commitment to continue the necessary steps to confirm the boundary adjustment agreement, complete the necessary document updates, and consider infrastructure servicing plan to activate the lands pending the approval of a boundary adjustment agreement by both Hanover and West Grey in the coming weeks. As a council, we will continue transparent and meaningful discussions with West Grey and Grey County to move that in-principle boundary adjustment agreement forward and engage with the province accordingly, as well as to continue to nurture respectful and transparent relationships with our neighbors. From a budget perspective, there's really not a lot of change. It really includes your professional development and travel, your remuneration, as well as your per diems. It includes the staff annual appreciation function, as well as those of the volunteer committees. They receive a contribution for their commitment to our committees. Acknowledgement and promotions includes a variety of things such as Santa Claus Parade contribution, Light on Main, garbage bag tag contribution, Legion for the Remembrance Day banners, Student Council bursary through JDSS, any sympathy expressions, et cetera, et cetera. Integrity Commissioner is our annual fee to them, the retainer, as well as the annual report that they provide to us. And then grants to organizations are those organizations that make application through the financial contributions to organizations process that are then deemed to meet the criteria, and an amount is distributed to them accordingly. I think that's it, unless there's any questions or clarifications you would like me to highlight or overview further.
Comments, questions? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious about the employee benefits. Can you explain that for me?
I think those are your mandatory employee benefits, such as help me out, CPP, EI, extended health tax, Chris? No? So CPP and EI?
Employer health.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Thank you.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to confirm, so the $8,000 in transfer to reserves, that's for future election expense, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm also wondering, going forward, certainly, so every member of council has $1,800 that is allocated for 2026, and certainly I know that I will not be accessing the funds or don't plan to at this point in time. I'm just wondering if there's a way to consider going forward. I know that it doesn't help us in the long term if we go year by year, because then the next year you're adding more and then you're taking away and it's going up and down. But just wondering if we can consider whether it's in the 2026 budget or a future budget, looking at whether it's a total amount that's divvied out amongst council members. I just don't know if we're ever going to actually utilize all the funds that are currently in the budget.
So I can reply that it is better from a budget to year perspective that amount remain consistent. For example, I know you've indicated you may not use it this year, but next year, whoever the council member may be, they may, and they may need more depending on their knowledge base. So I get the pooled piece, but it's also, I think for reporting processes, we need to report per counselor on an annual basis what your wage are and your expenses are accordingly. So I think what you have to look at it is, you know, while you may be under, maybe somebody else is over, and collectively as a group of 7, it works out, so to speak. I hate to say it, but I refer to our budget sometimes as robbing from Peter to pay Paul, because sometimes that's exactly what it is. Maybe you'll be under, but somebody else is over, and that helps to balance it out overall.
Other comments, questions? Okay, so we'll move on to, we're at administration. This is tab 7.
Just let me log in here too, because I'm using both computer and electronic. So administration really is a combination of admin and corporate services budget, which is under tab 8, just as an FYI. So I'll go over the admin summary and overview, and then Yelena will go over the corporate services summary, and then the budget, as I said, is combined of the two. So just hang on, because I can't talk and type my password at the same time, it seems. Even though I type this password, I don't know how many times a day. Okay, let's get my screen back up here, right? Okay. So administration is really the office of the CAO, which includes human resources as well as economic development. Economic development does have a specific budget area, so you will hear from April a little bit later. We are in the midst of transitioning to our 4-departmental structure with the organizational review recommendations. So you see that on the org chart, that we have our Director of Corporate Services and Treasurer, Director of Development and Infrastructure /CBO, and our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture, and our Fire Chiefs and Community Emergency Management Coordinator. So we are definitely well into that process of transitioning to our 4-departmental structure. From an administration standpoint, our functions include human resources, legislation, and you're going to hear about legislation as well through corporate services, because we are in the midst of the legislative services transitioning to the corporate services function. But again, a lot of our role administratively is we do work with legislative services to ensure that we comply with federal and provincial legislation accordingly. Policy development, strategic plan implementation, and then organizational structure as well is our key functions within the administration area. From a highlights perspective, I'm not going to belabor the strategic plan, but you know, we're really proud. I think council should be very proud too of our status with our strategic plan. We've made some really good strides this year, and some of the things that were completed this year were the splash pad, the implementation of the Community Connects Night, as well as our volunteer appreciation and our asset management plan update. So those were some of those key items completed through 2025. I've referenced the organizational review phase 1 recommendations have been implemented within 2025 budget parameters. And you will see through the administration and corporate services area that we are continuing with that organizational review, implementation, and the proposed 2 new positions accordingly. I've already referenced the new procedural bylaw. That was part of the council piece, but again, staff supported to ensure that was updated accordingly. Of course, I don't need to go over our mutual prosperity budget, boundary adjustment progress. It's been a considerable step forward for us, and we continue to have positive conversations with Wes Gray accordingly with that not the last piece, but the next step in that process was last Wednesday's public meeting. As well, through administration, we supported and assisted with the development of the youth retention plan, which was not on our work plan this year, but we actioned it based on council direction accordingly. We've also continued our discussions with respect to potential development in the entertainment district. And the other things that I would note from an administration standpoint is the implementation of the subscribe option for public members to receive notices, news updates, and career postings, as well as the implementation of our new citizen request portal, which to our end users, our customers, they don't notice anything different, but it was an internal change that we made that has proven to be really, really positive and continues to see a number of inquiries, et cetera. So you'll get your next biannual update in January. With respect to human resources area, we've developed many new and updated policies with respect to HR as well as health and safety, specifically a comprehensive update, the confined space entry program and the development of the hearing conservation program. We've had outreach, continued recruitment outreach and successful recruitment for over 30 postings. That includes our part-time staff, and for over 50 position vacancies, again, includes our part-time staff as well as fire personnel. We've completed the non-union compensation market survey, and we continue to enhance our human resources record retention processes and tracking mechanisms. We've implemented diversity, equity, and inclusion training modules that are to be completed by council managers and supervisors. So friendly reminder, if you haven't completed it, to do so. We'd like to do that by the end of the year. We're in the midst of collective bargaining with our local CUPE, and we have completed the Dayforce Learning Module Platform update. From a 2026 perspective, we will, pending the Mutual Prosperity Boundary Adjustment Agreement and Minister's approval, we will be moving forward with those next steps. And while it's not in the necessarily these items aren't included in the administration budget, it does take administration's time to assist and support these, but there'll be a number of planning document updates. We'll be establishing an internal staff transition team and planning for infrastructure build out accordingly. So, and again, this is pending budget, budget. I keep saying that and confusing the two today. That's pending boundary adjustment approval for our listening public. From a council perspective, we'll be planning to orientate and implement that for the new council for the 2026 to 2030 term. We are planning to support the construction of the new police station. Again, I mentioned organizational review phase 2. We are moving forward with proposing the 2 new positions to support our operations. You will hear me speak about a communications and community engagement coordinator, and Yellen is going to speak to a asset management and financial analyst coordinator position. We will continue to action strategic plan, continue to implement Dayforce Learning Module with live environment. We will be undertaking a council remuneration survey and development of our updated multi-year accessibility plan accordingly. I'm going to move into the business case for the communications and community engagement coordinator, which is on page 81 of your written package, hard copy package. I don't have a page number electronic.
So
Thank you.
before we move into that, are there any comments or questions that
Thank you, Sue.
I don't see any? So, okay.
Okay, so I'm not going to cover the business plan or the business case, I should say, in detail, word by word, but I do want to highlight a number of key sections. So the first is section 3 of the business case. which is page 81. And that's the Communications and Community Engagement Coordinator will be responsible for supporting the municipality's brand, public relations, and outreach efforts, developing and distributing clear, consistent, and engaging communications across various internal and external platforms. It will include internal and external communications, websites, social media, and other corporate publications. It will ensure consistency of their corporate brand and image, and will assist with planning and implementing various community engagement initiatives and events. Specific role responsibilities include, as I've noted, that responsibility for the corporate visual identity and brand to increase the brand identity and trust, developing all communication strategies and materials across all departments that align with corporate goals to engage the public and audiences across traditional and new media, maintains the corporate intranet site. So that's the site that's available to staff and I believe council, but don't quote me on that. No, just staff. So that's our staff. It is council as well. Thank you, Melissa. So it's our login ability through our website for staff and council, and all our staff newsletters are on there, pertinent policies, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a really key site that we are trying to drive our staff to when they're looking for information accordingly. Research, analysis, and communications leadership, as well as community engagement. What are we doing now? Communications responsibilities are currently dispersed across multiple town departments, and that includes economic development, clerks, fire, development and infrastructure, and parks, recreation, and culture. Currently, without a centralized communications function or dedicated leadership, the town lacks a coordinated strategic approach to public information and engagement. Our communications efforts often have an unbalanced approach, leading to inconsistencies in messaging, reduced effectiveness, and missed opportunities to communicate proactively with residents. At present, many department directors, managers, and supervisors are required to develop communications materials, such as media releases, presentations, and promotional content. I provided some examples in there. As an example, our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture spent a fair amount of time this year creating splash pad promotional materials and items. And other major corporate documents. This hard copy that you see in budget, Yelena has spent a fair bit of time over the last 7 days making sure this document was prepared. And I will say that that really was only possible because we have the overlap between Chris and Yelena right now. So my point here is being that this pulls them away from I'm not saying it's not their real work, but it pulls them away from their very key and priority work that they are hired to do. And so therefore, that will be a benefit if we have this rule accordingly. Mayor Sue currently prepares all her own public messages for the most part. I help out every now and then, and speaking notes, and staff review and offer revisions. I'm not sure of too many other mayors that do that. It's usually a staff role to create those messages accordingly. So we know that that's not a sustainable long-term expectation, that future mayors may even possess that same level of communication skill or capacity. And over the past several years, and really a number of them this year, Council has identified multiple opportunities to enhance communications, including proactive messaging campaigns on topics such as bylaw enforcement, winter maintenance, and service changes. We're doing our best, but because this lies on the sides of a number of desks, we do what we have time for, I guess is how I would describe it. Broader public input processes, including budget surveys and other consultation tools. I saw and shared with Mayor Sue a really neat budget survey that somebody in the area was doing. And so I brought it to management team and I said, Mayor Sue really likes this. Do you think we can pull this off for this year? This was late July. To which I heard a fair bit of feedback. Sherry, we love the idea. We just can't make it happen this year. And so I have to listen to that. I know that plates are full with our management team and they've got some other priorities that we're working on. However, this would really help to augment our budget process moving forward so that council and the mayor and the mayoral budget hears from our community accordingly. A monthly resident newsletter has been suggested, regular pre- and post-council meeting highlights or media releases, an increased use of the town's subscriber list to distribute timely communication information. We know that these communications ideas would strengthen and modernize what we are doing. We just don't have that dedicated expertise to make it happen. As noted, the Communications and Community Engagement Coordinator will report directly to the Economic Development Manager. And beginning in 2026, as part of our organizational review, Phase 2, April's role is expected to expand to include broader strategic initiatives that support the implementation of Hanover Council strategic priorities and anticipated community growth. You've heard us reference growth and the essential need of the growth and what it will mean to our assessment and to our overall financial capacity and sustainability. April's going to be very key to our growth moving forward. So establishing this new coordinator position is seen to will support that role accordingly and will help to ensure that the ED manager has the capacity to lead these strategic responsibilities while providing the organization with the centralized communications leadership it currently lacks. How does this meet current and future department requirements and succession planning? The proposed role directly supports both the town's operational needs and its long-term workforce sustainability. As I've noted, at present, communication responsibilities are distributed across numerous staff and departments, limiting advancement and efficiency due to the reliance on departments to self-identify communication priorities, which competes with their operational tasks and pulls employees away from the core duties. Centralizing these tasks with a dedicated position will allow staff to redirect their time and expertise to priority functions and to new responsibilities emerging from the organizational review, as well as our own strategic plan. So examples of some of these functions where, we're doing okay, but we need to do better include cemetery records management modernization, and theater operations. Establishing this role reinforces the town's capacity to support future growth, increased service complexity, and heightened expectations for public transparency and engagement. With a growing community and evolving strategic priorities, the need for professional, consistent, and proactive communications will continue to expand. From a succession planning perspective, this position provides a valuable development pipeline within the Economic Development Department, and the coordinator will support those initiatives, gaining exposure accordingly, and may develop the skills that align in the future for them to take some other career steps if they so choose. Overall, the creation of this position ensures that communication responsibilities are sustainably managed today while building the foundation for future staffing needs and leadership development within the organization. What is the risk if this position is not implemented? In summary, not moving forward with this position will limit the town's ability to modernize its communications, meet public expectations, and support Hanover Council's strategic priorities, and effectively manage the growing demands of a developing community in a proactive and coordinated approach that builds brand awareness and trust while ensuring we are putting our communication resources into the most appropriate platforms and outlines. Without this role, the town will continue operating under the current fragmented communications model, limiting our ability to deliver consistent, clear, and proactive messaging, maintain the existing challenges related to brand identity, communication, quality, and organizational responsiveness, limit the town's capacity to plan, manage, and execute communications effectively, particularly as the communication grows, not achieve residents' expectations of more timely updates and improve access to information, not be able to implement Council Express communications for proactive campaigns, accessible budget engagement, and regular public communications, remain primarily reactive, responding to issues as they arise rather than strategically guiding public understanding and engagement. I have to tell you, Mayor Sue subscribes to Owen Sounds, and she's always sharing with me it's like us, their subscribed messages, and they have what, 1, 2, sometimes more a day. And so she's been forwarding them to me, and I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. So there's a lot of proactive messaging that can happen. It will also have staff continuing to divide their attention between communications tasks and their primary responsibilities, reducing efficiency and increasing the likelihood of inconsistent messaging, errors, or delays. And lastly, it will compromise the organizational review implementation of recommendations and planned transition of responsibilities. A number of the positions that are planned in Phase 2 to be assuming some different responsibilities have communications on their workload now. So the idea of the organizational review recommendations is if we're transferring this off the plate, then this is coming on the plate as such. The 2026 estimated cost for this position with a March 1st start date is approximately, total cost, I should say, is $71,800. This role has been evaluated to be grade 9 with an annual wage range of $55,800 to $64,900. That results in about $69,800 approximately in salary and benefits, and then another $2,000 for training. So approximately, again, that's that $71,800 as such. That's my overview of the position, as well as the administration, which Mayor Sue already asked if there was any questions, but I'd be happy to answer any questions or clarifications with respect to this role.
Thank you, Sherry. Comments, questions? Councillor Sackel, then Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Sherry, for the description. It sounds like a very important position, and now I understand why the amount 71,000 is higher than the wage range, because of you talked about the benefits and that kind of thing. Can you give me some clarity about grade 9, what that's all about, please?
So that's with our job evaluation, that's our pay grid. And so each position, when the job description is developed, actually Melissa's probably better to speak to this, but I'll give it a high level overview. When a job description is developed through our job evaluation process, it goes through an evaluation that then it creates a score which places that position on the grid. So that has occurred based on the draft job description that's been put forth. That's where the scoring would have it placed on our pay equity, or sorry, on our wage grid as such, through the pay equity process. Through you, Mayor Sue, I'd maybe ask if Melissa has anything to add to that.
Melissa?
No, Sherry, I think you covered that quite well. Yeah, but just to summarize, the draft job description was created and ran through our job evaluation system, which did determine a scoring level for this position that would place it in grade 9 of our non-union salary grid.
Thank you. So is grade 9 at the bottom of the grid, and how many grid patterns or levels are there, Melissa?
Through you, Your Worship, the grid goes from grade 1 up to 20.
And so if that person would make $71,800 from March to December, what can we expect the salary to be in the following year?
I can add that. We've projected a midway, because again, within the grid, grade. I always get there's grid steps and grades. This is why I always transpose them, you might say. Within the grade 9, there's 8 grid steps. We've projected that this position will be in the midway point of the grid step accordingly. So I don't really want to, I don't want to state, we projected it's going to be at this step level here, but it's that midpoint of that wage range. You're looking for a total. What would the total wage be in 2027? Is it for a full year? I could give you a high level estimate. I usually go 36% is wages and benefits. I'm looking at our finance ladies a little bit. Sorry, 25, Chris?
If you're doing benefits and OMERS, about 25%.
25%?
Yeah.
So give me a second here.
Well, you have the annual wage of 55.
Yeah, I know.
65.
But that's just wage, doesn't include benefits, right? So I was just going to add 25% to those. So to give you an idea then, sorry, if we use the low end plus 25%.
Keep in mind, there's an allocation as well.
Yes.
Part of that position also goes to water, wastewater. I think it's 10% of that. So
Yeah.
only 90% of this wage is actually on taxes.
Yes, this is actually split between a number of departments. But to give you an idea, based on the grade 9 wage, annual wage range, with benefits, using high level 25% benefits as it would be 69,750 to 81,125.
Thank you. Chris, explain why a portion goes to water and wastewater, please.
Anytime anything relates to water and wastewater, because it's user pay and not tax rated, you have to separate those out so that the actual amounts that you're collecting from water and sewer rates is collected appropriately. And there'll be a portion of Sherry's, a portion of the Director of Finance and other departments that get put to water and wastewater because a portion of their work is done that way. Same way with the communications. And when we move forward with the asset person, almost more than 50% of all of the assets are our water and wastewater. So you'll see a portion of that going to there as well.
So give me examples of what would be communicated with water and wastewater, please.
Well, I think at a recent council meeting, when we put the water rates, council approved the water rates, I believe there was a council suggestion that we should be communicating that, enhancing that communication to our residents. So that would be an example. Our precautionary boil water advisory that we issued last November, this person would have been very critical with those communications as two that I can think of off the top of my head.
And yeah, water freeze ups and any annual reports would be referred to go to the website for the water annual report. Wastewater, I don't know if there's any annual reports there, but okay. Councillor Hudson, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. You had mentioned, Sherry, that this position would be partly community engagement as well. So what I'm wondering is, would they coordinate with the DIA and the chamber, or is that a position that could overlap with that? And I guess I'm asking as well, this is an external posting for this position?
Sorry, I forgot to turn my microphone off. Tanya. She's usually reminding us. Anyways, she maybe can't see mine. So coordinate. So initially, we see this individual assisting with things like mayor's breakfast. Trying to think, sorry. I know it's on the list there. Mayor's breakfast and some of those type of corporate initiatives accordingly. I know that we've had recent conversations as of last week with the DIA and chamber. So that would be something that in time we can see how this position evolves, whether that's an opportunity or not. I'm just trying to think on my notes here where we had that. Sorry, I'm going to go back a page here because I know I had listed those and I just want to make sure I covered them. Yeah, so we have them with like Mayor's Breakfast for Business, display booths like the Home and Garden Show as an example. Our Community Connections night that we had, could see this person playing a key role with organizing that. And they may assist with corporate-led community events, more from a promotion standpoint, things like Culture Days, Canada Day, Earth Day, Family Day, Future Homecoming, et cetera, et cetera. And then your second question was with respect to external posting. It would be both an internal and external posting.
So with the, would it possibly lead into a sustainable role for both of those different committees?
Can you help me? I'm not sure I'm following your question.
Well, we have one person that leads as the secretary of those two committees. And so would it perhaps lead into that positioning?
Oh, I see. Where DIA and chamber are, where they're doing chamber and DIA work?
Correct.
That's not the intent at this time.
Okay.
Other comments? Deputy Mayor Dickert.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Sherry. You know, communication and consistent communication is critical, and I support this role. I think it is a good add for us. But when we add a role, you know, it should create capacity somewhere else, because if this work is coming off everybody else's desks, I'm just wondering, how are we capturing that advantage in this? You know, and even our organizational review that we did, you know, if we no longer are doing Saugeen Mobility and we're not doing the administrative support at Launchpad, you know, it seems there's some extra capacity being created there. Just have we accounted for that somewhere? You know, if we're looking at also adding an asset analyst manager, I'm just wondering where our benefits are from these additional staff members.
So yes, it has been considered. You know, I think you referred to it as additional capacity, Deputy Mayor Dickard. I'm not sure I'd describe it as additional capacity. I think it's about trying to enhance the capacity that we already have, like enhance the roles that we already have and being able to do tasks that we don't have time to do right now. So to give you a couple of examples, records management, cemetery, we were taking strides to improve that with software, but we know that that needs to be enhanced. Tanya spends a lot of time on communications, both internally with the staff newsletters. So again, it'll allow her to be better at those pieces. Records management is another area that we need to enhance. And so Vicky and Tanya, as an example, because of the communications pieces that they are doing now through intranet and other things, again, we'll be able to focus on that. In the Parks, Recreation, and Culture area, there is proposed that transition of some theater operational related tasks are going to a staff member there by removing these, not removing, but transitioning the communications pieces off their desk will allow them capacity to do those tasks accordingly. And there's a long list of things that we wish we had more time to do that we just aren't doing. So that will create some capacity as well for those.
Sometimes I just like to make sure we're looking at it closely, and we all fill our days. Sometimes are we doing things that aren't as high priority? Because typically, if you take anybody and put them in office, they're going to fill their day with something. And if the priorities change, I think the communication piece is creating extra capacity. I don't know how it can't, because I've heard quite a few times over the last year or two that we need this, and I agree. I do support it. I just not really seeing the other side of it, where when you put this role in, we're getting extra capacity somewhere else, and we really should. You know, I think, you know, just simple math tells you there should be extra capacity. You know, 40 hours, I think, was the estimate for Saugeen Mobility. I forget what the total hours were for Launchpad, but you know, we're adding, and we add 2 more roles. So I just, you know, if I have to justify this in my mind, it's just a question I'm kind of struggling with right now.
So I hear you. And that's, I think, in most municipalities, when there is proposed new staff positions, that is the question that's asked, and or the general public is wondering, you know, we have staff, do we not have enough staff, et cetera, et cetera. And again, you know, we as staff are implementing and doing or implementing and working on the priorities established by council through the strategic plan. And then some. I'm going to use the youth retention plan. That wasn't on our work plan this year, and yet we did it, but it required a fair bit of shifting of priorities, and or there were priorities that didn't get done accordingly. So we shift internally based on maybe priorities that need more of our time. We can give a little bit less to. We're going to have to carry it over to next year. So I would say, again, you are going to have enhanced capacity in certain roles that they now can give the attention to some priority needs or priority tasks that we have on an ongoing basis. Will it create some additional? Yes, it will create some additional, but we have a long list of things that can fill that additional right now.
Councillor Hawking?
Thank you, Your Worship. Sherry, you mentioned the town reunion, which I think is 2029, 125 years. Are you saying that this person is going to sort of get the community together? Because usually it's somebody says, let's do it. And I would assume just a supporting role in the overall organization.
Yeah. So I can share that the last two homecomings have been heavily supported by the town of Hanover. And in fact, it didn't quite happen the way you said, Councillor Hawking, where someone says, I'll do that. It was more town of Hanover staff planting seeds with potential chair people who then agreed that they would be chairperson, who then helped to recruit their core committee. And then the town staff played a significant liaison role to help make that happen. And it crosses a homecoming as an example, not just in communications, but there'll be a significant communications aspect to that. Will this be the appointed town liaison to a homecoming committees? To be determined, but potentially. But a homecoming or an event of that magnitude is all departments hands on deck. Public Works, Finance was heavily involved the last time, Parks, Recreation, and Culture. So it's not just a department, it's multi-departments.
Secondly, having been involved in some of these, you just don't do it a year before the planned date. It's got to start relatively soon because, you know, you're into 2026 and probably you need 2 years of planning to pull everything together. So I think it's a very good thing, and just support the staff in the next one because it'll be a good one, 125 years. So looking forward to it. Thanks.
Councillor Sackel.
Thank you, Your Worship. So based on what Councillor Hawking and Deputy Mayor Dickert have said, we need to plan ahead, and I want to support this new position. I think it's extremely important. Working with April so closely, I know how busy she was. I guess that's how I'm going to sum it up. I think it's really important to move forward on that. And I think with the boundary adjustment, you talk about that extra time that needs to be filled or that we're going to have to fill. It's going to be filled, I think. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll move on to, you're finished, correct?
Yeah.
Corporate Services. Yelena.
Thank you very much. Excuse me, through you, Your Worship. Corporate Services in this budget book is reflected or reflects phase 2 of the organizational review. And so the legislative services are included in the org chart on page 88 of the printed document. Pardon me. We provide central administrative, financial, legislative, and IT support for the town of Hanover. The department oversees all municipal finance functions, including budgeting, accounting, tax, water and sewer billing, financial reporting, investments, debt, reserves, and asset management. We ensure strong financial stewardship and compliance with municipal legislation. We also lead the town's legislative services as of 2026, who support effective governance through the management of bylaws, council and committee processes, public meetings, statutory responsibilities, and transparency requirements. Finally, we are also responsible for the town's information technology systems, broadly speaking. So this includes the municipal network, hardware, software, cybersecurity, data integrity, and technical support for all departments. So we've got just a couple things on our plate. Program highlights for 2025. Pardon me. Sorry, 1 second. Program highlights for 2025. We have completed the asset management plan, and it was finalized and received council approval in, I believe it was June. Thank you, Chris. We've integrated asset management into the 2026 budget to the extent that we thought was reasonable. Strong mayor power implementation has been supported by our department and notably the clerk as well. The fire hall long-term borrowing has been supported by this department, and we have been a strategic project support for projects across the organization. Before moving forward, one of the key accomplishments of this year is a leadership transition. So successfully hired and onboarded the new director of corporate services or treasurer. And before saying that, I just wanted to take a second to thank Chris Walker for her contributions to the town. This is someone whose work has shaped the very document that we are reviewing today. Our outgoing treasurer has served the town with exceptional dedication for almost 18 years. That's nearly 2 decades of careful stewardship, thoughtful planning, and steady leadership, which are qualities that have helped guide this community through growth, challenge, uncertainty, and opportunity. What stands out most to me in my very brief time with Chris is that I've had the privilege to see her foresight in action. She always looks several steps ahead, ensuring that the decisions that we make today set Hanover up for success tomorrow. Her work has strengthened our financial stability. What notes could you possibly be taking right now? Improved our processes and built a foundation that will continue to support our residents long after tonight's meeting. But beyond the spreadsheets and forecasts, Chris has been an incredible mentor, colleague, and a calm, reliable presence. She is dedicated to accuracy, and her deep respect for public service, as well as her unwavering commitment to doing what is right for this town, has inspired all of us who work alongside her. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to Chris. This is her worst nightmare. Okay. So moving on, our goals for 2026 are to continue this transition, advance the boundary adjustment analysis, strengthen our asset management plan practices, develop a long-term financial forecast that includes the boundary adjustment if it goes through, as well as better asset management data, expand the use of collaborative tools across the town, so integrating Teams and SharePoint into the way that our processes operate, enhance AI governance and practices, so develop an AI policy, recognizing that that is a tool that is used with increasing frequency across the town, and there are benefits, but also certainly risks. And then create a long-term financial sustainability strategy that integrates what we need to fund in the future, how we plan on funding it, and how we plan on supporting growth. To that end, we have also submitted a proposal for a new staff position, an asset management and financial analyst role. This role was identified in the organizational review approved by council as phase 2 recommendation for 2026. As Hanover continues to grow, our financial planning needs have become increasingly complex. The analyst would provide support in linking growth forecasts to both operating and capital impacts. They would help develop long-term financial models, support debt management, and ensure that development charges and other growth-related revenues are properly integrated into our planning. This role is particularly critical in assisting with the town's annual asset management reporting requirements. So on top of the asset management plan that's required to be updated every 5 years, we're also required to submit an annual report to the ministry by July 1st of each year, speaking to our adherence to the asset management plan. Hiring this position early in 2026 ensures that the incumbent will have adequate time to integrate asset management data, streamlined reporting processes, and support accurate and compliant submissions to the ministry. Our finance department, as it currently stands, is operating at full capacity. Staff are focused on transactional and compliance work, including tax billing and collection, payroll, accounts payable, water and wastewater billing, and financial reporting to meet legislative requirements. While all of the statutory requirements are being met, we have limited capacity to perform in-depth analyses, strategic forecasting, and scenario modeling. We also have limited capacity to present this information or to work on the way that we present this information through budget book updates or PowerPoint presentations that were only made possible because of the existing overlap between the two positions. So critical projects such as annual development charge statements, updates to the asset management plan, and the housing needs assessment have traditionally or historically relied on external consultants. The addition of this analyst would bring a lot of this capacity in-house, enhancing efficiency and cost effectiveness, as well as building our organizational knowledge moving forward. This role, in addition to meeting current operational needs, is intended to address succession planning within the finance department. With anticipated retirements in the near and medium term, we currently lack internal capacity to fill key analytical and supervisory roles. So this analyst will not only address immediate needs, but also serve as a developmental bridge in the department, providing a pathway for staff growth and ensuring continuity of expertise in the department. The risks of not creating this position are essentially that our ability to plan for infrastructure investments, manage the increasing debt load that we are anticipating with the asset management plan, and respond proactively to growth pressures is severely constrained. We remain reactive rather than strategic, which may impact our financial sustainability, compliance, although likely not because that's something that we prioritize, and the ability to make informed long-term decisions. The estimated cost for this position is in the package, and it was only the wages at 60,200 to 70,000 annually. That position is graded as a grade 10 tentatively with the draft job position. With benefits, that increases to 75,250 to $87,500 per year. This position is also split between water, wastewater, and the town, so it's both rate funded and tax funded. It's 60% rate funded, 40% tax funded, and that reflects the significant asset management needs of the water, wastewater system. And that is, also for the budget, we've got all of our standard budgets. We've got our election budget in here. Not much has changed on that front. The position is essentially the only new thing. I welcome any questions.
Thanks, Yelena. Okay, comments, questions? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Yelena, for the overview of corporate services. And certainly, I do think that the idea of doing future planning and really helping to get us aligned, especially around the need for growth and asset management, certainly makes sense. I do wonder if 2026 is kind of the year of planning. I know that we have a lot underway with the development charges study that's currently happening, and a lot of unknowns around the boundary adjustments. And so I do wonder what it would look like if this position was deferred to 2027. How would that impact things in 2026?
Thank you for your question. The impact would be, I think this position, you wouldn't really feel an impact delaying it. I would still get the job done at the end of the year. The key difference is the fact that we wouldn't be able to update the asset management plan model, and that was a big factor in the 2026 budget development. So we had some significant assumptions in that model and some obvious strategic funding plans that weren't really doable. And so to address that, we need to have this person in that role. The goal was to have that ready for the new term of council so that at their orientation, they would have a better idea of the long-term forecast for capital expenditures, our reserve funds, and our debt portfolio. So that was the logic behind putting it in 2026.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Boy, we're quiet today. So I do have some comments. I actually wrote this out last night. We have, in previous councils, have put a considerable amount of time and resources into the proposed mutual prosperity agreement, along with a notable amount of money. We are anticipating and planning for significant economic and residential development due to our strategic planning and infrastructure projects, such as the new water tower and the wastewater treatment plant re-rating and eventually an upgrade. It is vital that we go into this with a comprehensive plan for water and wastewater services, for roads, and for long-term financial plans. We need to manage our proposed growth expansion effectively and plan accordingly while focusing on the entire town. With this position, we can do this. It's going to be a key resource as our town grows, and we need to plan and prepare, because this is going to come at us fast if we're going to keep our debt at a level we can actually live with. So we need to be ready for it. And this position will be our key resource. Just my comment. Anyone else? Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. So we're on
economic development, Mayor Sue, which we're ahead of the game, council. So we've communicated with staff accordingly. So they are going to be joining us earlier. As you see, April has joined us before lunch instead of after. So you will be on tab 17 in your hard copy. I don't have a page number. So if somebody has a page number for the electronic copy, you can maybe just share it accordingly.
Page 229 for electronic, 223 for printed.
Okay, April.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to provide an update on Hanover's economic development activities and achievements from 2025 and share our goals for 2026. So our Economic Development Department focuses on growing Hanover's economy, improving quality of life, and building strong regional partnerships. A key driver of this is the Hanover's Innovative People Program, or HIP, which continues to attract people, businesses, and investment by showcasing Hanover's culture, creativity, and opportunity. 2025 highlights. So let's start with some program highlights. Through the Community Improvement Program, we approved 4 impactful projects. These included leasehold improvements for a new startup, facade and signage upgrades for a downtown business, modernization of a service business, and improvements to a historic building. The total project value was just over $47,000 with $22,000 in grant funding provided. We also supported housing growth through a tax increment equivalent grant, which helped renovate a triplex, and add 6 new residential units, addressing local housing needs. Events and marketing. Our Event Development Fund helped support the attempted launch of a new festival, supported the growth of 2 existing events, and brought back 3 popular community events, boosting tourism and community engagement. We also ran a summer radio campaign to promote Hanover's entertainment and downtown districts, increasing visibility and foot traffic. Our Saugeen Connects initiative. So on the Saugeen Connects front, youth entrepreneurship saw record-breaking participation. We had 115 applications with 50 students launching 47 businesses across 5 municipalities. We awarded nearly $16,000 in grants. Since 2019, this program has created 274 summer businesses and supported over 300 youth entrepreneurs. For women in business, we hosted 9 WOWSA events with more than 270 attendees, and 16 women completed our AW, which is Advancing Women Economically program, gaining skills and confidence. Workforce development also remained a priority with training delivered in diversity and inclusion, poverty awareness, retention, and succession planning. Businesses also benefited from the Lean for Gain, Improving Leadership and Profitability project. Cultural and business support. We supported cultural activities like Music in the Square, the Saugeen Culture Bus, and our annual symposium. We launched the Hanover Library as a newcomer resource center, updated our community profile and tourism brochure, and initiated a downtown plan in collaboration with the DIA. On the business side, we sponsored the Hawks Nest Pitch Competition, hosted the Mayor's Breakfast for Business, and supported chamber-led initiatives like the golf tournament and holiday promotions. Finally, we installed a new level 3 EV fast charger at Heritage Square through a public-private partnership delivered at no cost to the town, no direct cost to the town. Looking ahead to 2026, our goals for the next year include strengthening regional partnerships, supporting business growth and cultural assets, expanding our HIP branding, and launching the 2nd HIP Entrepreneur Business Pitch Competition. We want to enhance trades, training, and youth support through partnerships, and advance the downtown revitalization or plan project with funding for key actions. So 2025 brought meaningful progress, but also highlighted challenges such as the CIP not fully realizing its capacity and youth entrepreneurship programs exceeding available resources. These successes and challenges highlight both the success of our programs in engaging the community and the need to scale the resources to meet growing demand or keep opportunities top of mind with our stakeholders. Thank you, and I look forward to working together on our 2026 goals.
Thank you, April. Go ahead, Sherry.
April, do you want to just speak to how council, and hopefully it's been obvious, but you'll see that there's economic development and then we've built in 612 10th Street. Do you want to just maybe highlight what we've done there budget-wise accordingly on the budget docs, just so everybody's clear? Thank you.
Absolutely. I think as we continue to determine what that agreement looks like with Elephant Thoughts being the key operator at 612 10th Street, we're essentially recognizing in the budget the hard costs or expenses with running that building, so that we have a good handle on what those expenses look like. And then as we start our deliberations with Elephant Thoughts, then we're able to determine what that revenue looks like and expenses accordingly. So we're essentially we've essentially budgeted for lease and property expenses accordingly. Is that where you're
Okay.
looking?
Councillor Sackel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, April, for your report. Because I'm a member of April's advisory committee, I see firsthand a lot of what you do, and I know that you work extremely hard for the town of Hanover, and I want to thank you for that. I also helped you with your business expansion and retention and expansion survey this year, and I noticed you didn't comment on that in here. So I know you had talked about getting together with those people that we interviewed. Just wanted to hear your remarks about that.
Thank you, Councillor Sackel. Yeah, so we have closed off the business retention expansion survey. So I'm just currently in the state of evaluating the responses, and then I will be presenting a report based off those. Through that, we will also identify our key themes and see where there's opportunity to action based off those recommendations. So there is some funding to support that built into the ECDEV budget accordingly, just through some different, basically, like our strategic plan implementation goals, like summarizing and like that, because I don't know what that completely looks like right now, just because we're in the middle of analyzing those results. And then from there, we'll also be determining partnerships and rolling it out that way. So more to come on that for sure. So, and thank you as well for your support through that and your assistance. It's greatly appreciated. And I look forward to bringing those results to council accordingly.
Thank you.
Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, April, for the update. Number 5 for your goal for 2026 is around downtown revitalization, and it mentions allocating funding to implement the key actions. Is there funding built into the current budget in order to get things rolling, or is that more of a 2027 piece?
So through your worship, yes, Councillor Cable, we have allocated some funds within the 2026 budget to essentially kickstart the implementation once that's ready to go in the spring, so that we can start to action that accordingly right away. So you will see in this budget that it is a bit of a balance. We are paying the consultant to wrap up the project, but we've moved the funds from this year accordingly. And then, yes, having some initial funds to kickstart those actions based off what is approved.
And so does that fall under the initiatives and sponsorships?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Also looking at the 612 10th Street line, property maintenance has $20,000. Is that kind of the idea that that would help with some of the upkeep of materials that are within the building?
At this time, our property maintenance is basically including all the utilities, services, that kind of thing. And then we do have a bit of a contingency in there, about half of it, I believe, so that, so that we can determine what kind of upgrades that we want to make.
Okay, and so if I'm looking at the budget correctly, so that the current estimate is that the cost for the town to hold that building is $5,500 in 2026.
Yes, at this time, but I just want to note it is very preliminary because we are entering the negotiations with Elephant Thoughts as the leader, so a key operating leader. But yes, that is how we anticipate this rolling out.
Thank you.
Sherry?
I'm just going to add to that in that we heard council say when we had that report on October 20th that there maybe was some interest in council providing some financial support accordingly, either to the program provider or through the facility. So in essence, if this proposed budget stays as is now, it would see the town providing a $5,500 contribution, so to speak, or coverage of the operation of the facility. So we heard a $10,000 amount during that October 20th, that there was some support around the council table for continued support either through facility operating costs or contributions. So it's reflected in that bottom line.
Does the 20,000 cover snow removal? Yes, good, thank you. Other comments or questions? Okay. All right, so Sherry, are we moving on or are we breaking for lunch?
I think we should break for lunch and stretch our legs. Maybe we go for a walk around the block since it's such a nice day. But because our next staff, we did tell them 1 o'clock. So we've got a bit of a time break here to have some lunch and that type of thing. And I think it just arrived as well.
Okay, so if we can be back here just before 1, and we've got like an hour. Very good, thank you. All right, we are resuming our budget meeting after lunch. And two items, Councillor Hawking has departed the meeting, and I would like to introduce in our audience. Today we have Sebastian Watt. He is a JDSS co-op student with the town, and he is watching and learning what we're doing today. So we'll start on tab 12, which is Public Works. And what was the electronic?
146.
146 on the electronic budget. So Andrew, you'll start, or Jamie?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I'll start. Jamie's here to jump in on operational questions if there are any. Yeah, the Hanover Development and Infrastructure Department oversees landfill garbage collection, which we focus on diversion programs for material and products, compost and green initiatives, curbside waste collection, and the municipal landfill. In 2025, we were able to complete the Cell 3 expansion work project, which extended the collection and the waste beyond 2040. We also hauled over 300 loads of leachate, and we also saw the transition to the fully end producer responsibility of the recycling. In 2026, we're continuing to review operations and programs to increase the site life. Also working with the Lake Ratepayers Association with assistance of Able Pest Control to reduce the presence of seagulls at the landfill, as well as finalizing the municipal EA and reviewing alternative methods to manage the leachate at that Hanover Wahkiton landfill site. The budgets are included here for you today. Not a whole lot I wanted to highlight in these ones. You'll see the zeroing out in 2026 of the recycling contract under 4530-3519, as well as the waste management committee and the landfill budget that's included in here. Herein, I see the leachate haulage under 4500-3527 is quite a bit lower than the anticipated. That's just not a realization of some invoices that are still yet to come to date. With that, I'll open up to any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Andrew, for the update. It talks about construction of Cell 3. How many cells would we anticipate at the site before closure?
Through your worship, ultimately 4, but yes.
Thank you. And perhaps this is a question for Chris or Yelena. I feel like I ask every year, but Cell 3, could you remind me how Cell 3 was funded? And I know that Cell 2, we have external borrowing, but it's my understanding that the cost came in below when we were able to use reserves. Can you just clarify Cell 3 funding?
Cell 3 funding was originally that we were supposed to put in 259,500 to cover the capital portion of that. They only had about just under 1.8 million in reserves. And then they were having another 400,000 from the actual extra revenue that they would normally send to their landfill reserves. So they were going to use that amount, so just over 2.2 from that amount. So there was enough. So we don't have to each municipality put in that amount. You are correct. The cell number 2, if you look in our budget for the town, you'll see the principal payments under account 4540, the landfill transfer 2. You see the principal payments are 41,000 and then the interest is 21,000. That's part of that 1.5 million that we had borrowed, 1 million being for the trails, 500,000 being for the cell number 2. Cell number 3, nothing was required outside from the town of Hanover. However, you will also notice there's a transfer to reserves that council had requested 3 years ago that we start putting 50,000 away so that when cell number 4 comes up, and the town portion of that, if there's not enough money in the reserves from the landfill, joint landfill, then we would have that covered through ourselves. Again, if that money is not required, you can use that money for something else. Does that explain what you were looking for?
Yes, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, Andrew, continue.
Through your worship, you want me to keep moving on to 2.13? Is that what you're?
Yeah, so
Sorry?
if I can just, we will go to tab 10, which is cemetery. And if somebody's already there, you can let us know the electronic number.
What was that number? Sorry? Yeah, tab 10. And electronic is 115. Thank you.
Thank you, your worship. Also within the Development and Infrastructure Department, Public Works Division is the managing of the cemetery. They provide day-to-day maintenance of the grounds and a respectful environment during burial and interment services. We ensure compliance with all relevant local municipal bylaws, provincial regulations such as those from the Bereavement Authority of Ontario. And I would certainly need to mention that definitely work in conjunction with the Clerk's Department for much of this work. Staff complete landscaping tasks, snow removal, along with more sensitive duties such as managing interments and grave rehabilitations. As mentioned, these are all governed by specific bylaws and regulations. In 2025, we completed the installation of the 48 niche columbariums. Additional landscaping pursuant to that columbarium and elsewhere, as well as some paving associated with it. As well, we've been implementing a new cemetery management software program for digital tracking, which will help us out tremendously. In 2026, we will continue with plot and niche sales. We have slated the replacement of a mower and equipment to adequately provide maintenance, some tree planting programs, as well as the full implementation of the new cemetery software I just mentioned. The budget before you, again, there not too much in terms of a change from the previous year. 2025 actuals are showing obviously a large increase under the computer services and supplies, which I believe is the program itself, which is the reason for the jump. 2026 is a little bit higher in that same line item of 5,200, 3,325, really just to cover the program costs. And I'll answer any other questions you might have for cemetery.
Any comments or questions? Chris?
Just so that you're aware, yes, the computers supplies for 2025 are higher. However, we haven't done the transfer from reserves yet to cover those expenses, so those will be offset. As well, there's a capital project that Andrew will allude to for the cemetery paving. Again, all covered through reserves.
Yeah, the capital project for 2026 is the cemetery roadway paving project. It is for the most northerly entrance, some property that's been in place since 1972. The estimate for that is $30,000. It looks like it had previously been approved under the previous director and deferred a few times. So it is slated or proposed to occur in 2026. There was a few photos included for your use. Thanks, Chris.
Comments or questions? Is 30,000 enough if it's been deferred every year at 30,000?
Through you, your worship, we do feel it is still. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, no hands raised. So next is tab 14.
And that is page 174 electronically.
Yes, Public Works.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, Development and Infrastructure, Public Works Division. We ensure that residents have access to well-maintained infrastructure services that support our everyday needs. Our key areas of focus are traffic infrastructure, maintenance and repair, stormwater management and maintenance, water distribution and collection services, and capital reconstruction projects. In 2025, Public Works saw the resurfacing of about 1.2 kilometers of roadway, thereby extending the lifespan of large segments of 9th Street and sections of 3rd, 11th, as well as 14th Ave. We provided safe and reliable roads and sidewalks during an extremely heavy winter season in 2025 and late 2024. Completed the flushing of 310 hydrants throughout Hanover. We did see the reconstruction project on 7th Street from 13th Ave easterly. We also purchased a new loader and disposed of the 2003 Cat loader that was nearing the end of its lifespan, and certainly acknowledge this the retirement of longtime director Ron Cooper in 2025, as well as the exciting news of bringing on some new staff, Jamie McCarthy. In 2026, our goals are the continuation of the environmental assessment for the extension of the North Future Industrial Business Park, which we've been working on for the last few years. 6th Street A from 13th to 15th Ave, as well as 14th Ave from 7th to 6th Street reconstruction is a capital project, one of the capital projects that's proposed before you here, as well as the engineering, pre-engineering consulting services for the extension of 2nd Street. This has been on the docket for a few years to this council, essentially extending 2nd Street through the north side of the existing industrial park on the south end of town. If I can work through some line items in the budget. 31023525, we've done a small reduction. We've saw some competitive pricing and some lower actuals in our resurfacing project this year. We reduced that by about $15,000. In various locations, you will see some higher materials when it comes to winter control. Obviously, it was a fairly hefty winter. 3212, or sorry, 3212-2401 has to do with the MV4 sidewalk machine. There's a considerable actual in there for maintenance and repairs of about $28,000. We proposed $9,000. So that's over considerably. We did increase slightly the expected maintenance of that machine. We're also anticipating bringing that forth in a more recent year for replacement than we initially thought, just based on the considerable repairs we've been going through to date. Working over to 3701, parking. Typically, a lot of bylaw services were a portion of bylaw were covered in this section of the budget through the organizational review, with bylaw moving its way over to clerks. That area has been zeroed out. And yes, in terms of capital projects, kind of as previously noted, we are hoping to proceed with the consultant and engineering only in 2026 for the ultimate construction of 2nd Street, as it were to extend from 14th to 18th in 2027. Continuing our road reconstruction work in kind of that southern quadrant of town, where an area is certainly everything we seem to touch there's a problem with, and we'll continue to focus in that area. The proposed projects are just south of 7th Street that we completed this year. Staff also found it may be prudent to pick up a very small section that runs adjacent to 6th Street A. It's not a very large area. It's maybe about 150 feet, something like that. But we thought it maybe would make sense to pick it up with this project that we're proposing for next year. Otherwise, it gets left behind, and some of those residents kind of would see construction in their immediate area for potentially back-to-back years. And with that, myself or Jamie can answer any operational questions you might have.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Worship. I just have to go back to, it's the JDSS, reference page 170. Maybe can you just expand on that for me, Andrew? I've got
The JDSS reconstructive project.
correct, yes.
Yeah, there's sanitary that runs in and through that old JDSS property, which based on age, it seems like it's been tied into the redevelopment of the JDSS property. So it may be time to look at replacing that sanitary sewer.
So you mentioned it goes as far as to the mall, like the food, we
It's-
don't the
yeah,
food
it's-
basics mall?
it's from the mall and works its way down through the JDSS property, the old post one.
Okay.
It affects about 100 homes, if I'm correct.
Okay.
So, and just to be clear online, anyone listening, it's the former JDSS property, not to confuse with the new one.
Sorry, I thought
You did eventually, but I just thought if someone picked it up at the beginning and they were confused, maybe. So, other comments or questions? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Worship. So is that project still going ahead based on the same timing that it'll be reconstructed when the former JDSS property is reconstructed?
Yes, that's how the previous director was going about it. That's how we intend to do it too. I know that property is a speaking point many years, and we anticipated that project moving forward many a times. The hope and the anticipation is that it will, but yes, it should go part and parcel with the first phase of the redevelopment of that site.
All right, we're good. Okay, we'll move on to tab 13. This is Public Works, Water and Wastewater.
And it is page 153 electronically.
It's all yours.
Thank you, Worship. Ted Knapp, our chief operator, is on the call. Can assist with any operational type questions and maybe a bit of history if there is a couple questions. But under the Development and Infrastructure, Water and Wastewater Division are obviously responsible for the operation, maintenance, and management of systems that treat both drinking water and wastewater. Is responsible for delivering clean, reliable, safe water to residents and businesses within the town, as well as some Brockton properties north of the Saugeen River. Water treatment operators manage and operate the equipment in water filtration, treatment, and ensure clean drinking water. The treatment system is comprised of 2 wells, one of which is associated in the capital projects, which is proposed as a rehabilitation project. 2 water towers, one which is currently being replaced and excited to see finish in 2026, as well as Rural Lake. Wastewater operations monitor and treat effluent, with additionally making sure that the collection system functions and designs at the pollution control plant. In 2025, we did begin work on the new water tower on 7th Ave, as mentioned. We saw the raising of the bowl about a week or so ago. Work on that project will continue into 2026 and probably won't be complete until about August of 2026 is the current schedule. Interim upgrades at the wastewater treatment plant to increase the plant's capacity have been ongoing this year as well with Wellington Construction. That is very close to being completed at the end of the year. There are some costs associated in the capital projects to carry over into the early part of 2026. We also saw the new SCADA installation for the water treatment plant, Rural Lake, 14th Street Water Tower, and the wells. Again, we obviously saw the retirement of Ron, which was exciting, and we updated the 5-year financial plan and applied for our renewal on our drinking license. In 2026, we will see the completion of the water tower and the decommissioning and ultimate removal of the old water tower on 7th Ave. Under facilities, I have included some costs to kind of rework the area where that water tower is, as we own that property, maybe into some future parking. I'll wait for you. The redevelopment of well number 2 offsetting is a priority or is a capital project proposed in 2026. I'll make mention to that as I work through here. The continuation of background studies and design work for ultimately the wholesome expansion of our wastewater treatment plant, which is a 2028 or so project, is a 2026 cost. We've been continuing that work with Ainley Consulting, and they'll continue that work for us in 2025. As well, we understand through our provider that our current water meter system is starting to near its end of life, which will either facilitate an upgrade to the meters themselves or to the receiving boxes. Town staff have made aware of that later this past year and are trying to work through the particulars of exactly what that looks like, as well as coming up with some options. So staff will bring a report to council with some findings on that moving forward. And we'd also would like to develop a backflow bylaw, and with the organizational review and kind of everybody under one umbrella, it makes it a little easier for an interdepartmental bylaw such as this. Working through just a few of the budget items, if I could, and I figure I might be asked on anyway. If you go to 4620 wastewater treatment plant, sorry, and I'm hard copy only, Sherry. Yes, 154. Um, 4620 2511, you'll see aluminum sulfate and sodium bisulfate with really overextended, almost double this year. 2026, we're proposing a slight increase, well, a 20% increase to that material. 2025 was, I guess, kind of a bit of a tough year. We had some plant shutdowns due to construction, which was a bit of a cause. Really some tough weather, which was a cause, as well as the age of the plant itself is causing a bit of an increase on some of these materials. The increase proposed is simply the increase to the typical use yearly based on age, which we hope maybe not the case when ultimately the full project is completed. General maintenance and repairs saw a significant jump as well, up to about 128,000. Not being a part of wastewater and water plants too much, but the short amount of time I have been, I realized nothing you touch down there is nickels and dimes. Everything is extremely expensive down there. So within that section, there's some sealed bearings for clarifiers, and you're talking $5,000 to $10,000 per. I believe, Ted, you can jump in if I'm wrong. I believe the anticipation was maybe to replace 3 to 5 next year. So, you know, you're quickly talking about a $20,000 or $25,000 increase just on the year prior on that item alone. And finally, if you go to 4640 sanitary sewer maintenance under 4640-3318, there's a new line item in there entitled asset management. So what that is, as our asset management plan has been completed in 2025, we're realizing some of the information and some of our current infrastructure in there is simply age-based and not currently, you know, what the condition of it is. So we have proposed to carry some costs in there to really start to investigate kind of where that infrastructure is at, what it looks like. Is it actually at an end of life or is it not? So just trying to put in a little bit more accurate data, maybe where there's some gaps in some of our asset management to help us determine which projects maybe should go first and help us understand where those capital priorities are going to be moving forward. And finally, yes, as I mentioned on a few of the capital projects, we will see the completion of the water tower, which is in here, the offset of well replacement number 2. This would then lead into potentially the offset of well number 1 the following year. The anticipation is that a new well will be drilled beside the old one, with the connection being made into the kind of the well house immediately adjacent to it. We've received some studies, 2 separate studies in the last 10 years that showed a decrease in the function of that well, specifically well number 2. Which has ultimately facilitated this to be on that kind of that 5-year capital outlook, which has worked its way into 2026. The town has previously applied for a little bit of funding for something for a project like this. Haven't heard back, but we remain hopeful. There's equipment upgrades to the programmable controller and the variable frequency drives in 2026. The programmable controller is obsolete. We cannot get parts for it that we know of. It's been there since it's been installed since 2010, and really we're just hoping that nothing goes wrong with it at this time. If it were to break down, we're really scrambling to try to find obsolete parts for an obsolete model to make this work. It itself is about $100,000 project making up part of this, as well as the variable frequency drives, which could not be done prior to the SCADA system upgrade that was just completed in 2025. If there's any specific questions to how the VFDs will assist, I'm sure Ted certainly can jump in on that side for me. As mentioned, the continuation of design and background engineering work for the Folsom wastewater treatment plant continues in 2026. In 2026, $323,000 are included in here to continue those consultant and engineering studies, ultimately working towards the 2028 construction. We just recently closed out the EA and posted it on our website, so it isn't currently in a comment period as it stands right now. The completion, as I mentioned, of the interim plant upgrades, which allows us to go from about 6,400 cubic meters a day to 7,000 or so cubic meters a day. If this work should be done towards the end of the year, town staff are currently working with the consultant to try to increase that scope to include some boiler work. And that being important maybe as part of this project, as there's currently some funding available, as we're already pre-approved for some certain funding. So town staff may be coming back to council with an update on that project here in the next month or so.
If I could clarify, it was blowers, not boilers.
Did I say boilers?
I think you said boilers, didn't you?
It definitely meant blowers, so thanks, Chris. And again, kind of within this section, talks about the study work required for the future industrial lands to the north. So again, we've got Combine Engineering working on some work for us. So this year would kind of work towards finalizing that archaeological assessment, some topographic work, as well as some preliminary design working towards hopefully a 2027 or 2028 servicing for that future industrial park to the Northlands. And I think that's all I wanted to say. Your worship, I can answer any questions you have, or so could Ted.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, worship. Andrew, could you clarify what a backflow bylaw is?
Sure. Certain types of uses require a backflow preventer to not allow for soiled items or dirty water to extend back into the municipal services. Certain properties, certain types of properties would require that. Many municipalities, the building code covers when a backflow is required, but the municipality should undertake a bylaw to have in place where those facilities that do require one are providing a proper maintenance for it. How we take in those yearly studies, that it's tracked properly, how it's policed, and what the town were to do if those weren't done, really is kind of what the backflow bylaw would do.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Okay, not even any for Ted.
Thanks, Ted.
Yes. Okay. So now's the time. If you have any burning questions about anything, whether it was just these presentations or something you've thought of since this morning. All right, we'll move on. So we're going to building and planning, which is tab 15.
And page 189 electronically.
And we have Andrew again.
Thank you, Your Worship. The Building and Development Division really is a team of building officials, a property standards officer now with kind of the organizational review, and a junior planner. Obviously, we administer the building code, our own official plan, our zoning bylaw. We're the zoning administrators and provide those planning services as required. As you know, there's been actually quite a few highlights of building and development in the town this year. We're over 100 permits again as it stands right now. We should be beyond what we were the year prior, and the permit value, as you will see under revenues in building, is beyond what it was the year before, which is a good sight to see. We've managed more planning applications than we have in previous years as well. We're a little bit under on the site plan control agreements, but we also do have a few interesting ones currently in the works. We did see the new Volkswagen dealership open up this year, which was exciting. The new 3-unit plaza out on the east end of town, which has the Osmos and Firehouse sub. We saw the occupancy of 223 10th Street, which has been quite the process the last few years and took up considerable manpower, so to speak, in terms of inspections. Probably completed 1,000 inspections for that property throughout its time. We just recently assumed Cedar Heights East, and we also initiated our official plan update. Right now, town staff, based on kind of those boundary discussions, are determining what the next steps of that might look like with the potential boundary changes potentially coming down the pike. Challenges, again, as you know, in here, affordability and attainability is a discussion in every municipality. We did have fairly expansive training as 2024 brought in the new building code, which has been in effect for 2025. So there was a lot of changes that we needed to navigate. And finally, development charges. We started that process essentially once asset management completed. Again, with some of the growth discussions are maybe putting a bit of a stick in the spoke, so to speak, of where that is based on our future capital projects estimates, but we're currently working through that. In 2026, obviously our goals are to continue to see that growth discussion that's been happening, finalizing our town official plan as well as development charges study, and hopefully implementing said bylaw. We also want to create some short form wording for our comprehensive zoning bylaw that would ultimately allow the town the ability to fine if there were infractions. Currently, we have no choice but to part 3 and take somebody ultimately to court if there was an issue. And that seems like an extreme step in certain cases. In 2026, we also anticipate completing a housing needs assessment. As council may be aware, housing needs assessment really is crucial and mandatory in most federal and provincial funding, just federal funding applications. Based on kind of what our goals are moving forward here, we think that's certainly a prudent step to help us be more successful in those planning applications. I also have in here goals for 2026 is to finalize the plan of subdivision for the Lucia Giorgio subdivision. I will say I do have all the information, I think, and the hope is that council will see that actually before 2026. Moving on to the budget, 2400-0821, as I had mentioned, we are overextended what the anticipated revenues will be for permits as it stands right now, which is good. We've increased that slightly for the year 2026. As I mentioned, you see a bit of a drop off in regular salaries. A lot of that has to do with bylaw enforcement moving out of building and moving over into another department. A line item that had no costs associated with it last year. However, there's $80,000 under 8100 3525 contracted staff. As previously mentioned, a housing needs assessment, that consultant fee is built into that there as needed, as well as there's estimated cost potentially required for some boundary type work or growth related work in there, which is just a placeholder as it stands right now. And with that, I'll maybe take any questions council might have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councillor Hudson.
Thank you, Worship. Just regarding development charges, Andrew, how far along are we with that to be completed?
We were farther along before the announcement recently. So we've obviously the asset management piece was the important piece to finish first, which was done in July of this year. Since then, we were working on our current levels of service, which for the most part we've provided to the consultant. The second part of that is those future capital projects and allocations and estimates that we would need potentially with growth, those change. So we're somewhat close. There's definitely kind of a movement of what our spreadsheets need to look like, but we were waiting on some clarity or some finality to where the growth boundary thing was going to go before we did that. We are working behind the scenes, but we kind of need that information to include.
So do you anticipate maybe end of 2026 or following year?
No, definitely 2026. Like I would hope mid 2026 in sitting here today.
That's it, Councillor Hudson. Okay, anyone else? Okay, we're good. All right, now we're going to go to civic facilities, which is tab 9.
And that is page 107 electronically.
Okay, Your Worship. Yeah.
Or, yeah,
Oh, that's
go
it.
ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, civic facilities, currently under Development and Infrastructure Department, excitingly transitioning over to Parks, Rec and Culture at the end of this calendar year. Includes the Civic Center, 341 10th Street, 147th Ave, which currently houses Grey County EMS and a physiotherapy tenant, as well as provide some storage around the rear for Parks, Rec and Culture and other town needs. And finally, the medical clinic, which houses the medical clinic. In 2025, the medical clinic had the approved capital project for the rooftop replacement project. That project is nearing completion. The units did just arrive to site. The roofing replacement has been completed, so that will be completed in 2025 as scheduled. The Civic Center, and I will note it when we go through the chart. Recently, the last few years, we've been seeing a lot of issues with our chiller, which isn't very old, but of course it's old enough where it's outside of its warranty period. We've been seeing some issues on it, so town staff made the decision to do some additional work on that, hopefully to nip any more maintenance on that as it moves forward. Additionally, the intent here has been to update and replace 3 to 4 fan coil units. There's about 25 or so in the building, 3 or 4 every year, which we've been continuing to do this year. In terms of 140 and the theater community hall, really it's just been general maintenance over the course of this year. In 2026, as mentioned, our goal is to see this transition. We also have the interior painting of the basement level at the medical clinic. It certainly could use a freshen up down there. Minor redevelopment of parking areas at 147th. The tenants have expressed an issue with the amount of parking that they have with the 2 businesses there. So we've been trying to gain parking where we can for them to assist them. With the tower coming down, it provides a little more square footage or a little more area. We're hoping maybe to redevelop that area into some additional parking for those tenants. We'll continue with the fan coil unit replacement at the Civic Center, as well as we're proposing to undertake internal cleaning with our in-house staff of the basement level at the medical clinic. Ultimately, that would lead to the removal of any third parties at the medical clinic, and we would do that. We would provide that service there as well as the other locations. Staff, through discussion with the supervisor, ultimately feel that this can be done more economically in-house with the part-time staff that we currently have. And there obviously will be operational changes to the property once the construction for the police station starts over there, as that'll take out some real estate from our current site. Moving into the budget breakdowns under 5300 medical clinic, just a slight note, 5301-0746, we're just showing a little extra revenue on the locums. We altered the amount of nights for a room stay. We understand that that was a bit of a hurdle for people to stay there. So hopefully the removal of that, where they don't need to stay multiple nights and certain times, allows them to use it a little bit more to its full capacity. Civic Center, we've altered some rental fees under revenues. Certainly seen the use of that go up quite a bit. And we haven't even hit the Christmas season yet. And I'll answer any other site specific or specific facilities questions you have, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, we're good. All right, next on the list is recreation, and we're on to tab 16.
Which is page 198 electronically.
Okay, Laura, all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the opportunity to present the Parks and Recreation and Culture budget. It's my pleasure to highlight the work our team has accomplished over the past year, as well as our plan for the year ahead. As you know, Parks, Recreation, and Culture plays a vital role in the quality of our life for our residents. Our parks, our trails, our programs, and facilities are not just assets and amenities. They are services that support our community's health and wellness for all ages. We continue to see a strong demand for recreation opportunities, with participation rising across our youth programming, our senior programming, and community events. So I'll start today with 2025 highlights. In 2025, we secured 2 long-term tenants occupying 2 rooms within the P&H Center. New Breed Sports has developed a pro shop, and the classroom has been occupied by the Hanover Family Health Team, offering cardiac rehab and kinesiology appointments. These long-term rentals provide that guaranteed income that helps support our operations, the facility, as well as it offers adequate space to support these important services that these tenants provide that better our community. Our aquatics portfolio continues to see an increase in participation in both swim lessons and our Swim to Survive programming. In 2025, we did see the Board of Ed lessons come back. We do plan to continue and expand that even into 2026. These are initiatives that are essential in equipping our youth with critical water safety and life-saving skills. The special events this year, our events could probably be described as both successful and very adaptive. Both Family Day, Earth Day, and Canada Day were all very well received and attended. And we also introduced our inaugural volunteer fair in June to promote volunteerism in our community. I will note here that it is the plan to offer the volunteer fair every other year moving forward. In this past year, we also had a very successful outdoor rink at the Kinsman Ballpark. It operated for 49 days. The outdoor rink has been a collaboration between the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Department, as well as a very dedicated group of volunteers who are actually meeting later this week to make plans for next year. We also had the successful development of the Canadian Tire splash pad. This is due to the efforts of very dedicated volunteers and a supportive and generous community. The fundraising goals were achieved, and the splash pad was officially opened on July the 1st and very well received by the youth of our community. Our trails, and particularly I want to highlight our Trails, Eyes, and Ears program. It continued this year, and volunteers provided regular trail monitoring and reported maintenance needs to the department. We also worked closely with the encampment task force that played a very, very integral role. This is working collaboratively with community partners as well as the county's SOS team to address concerns with encampments and provide outreach and support where needed. Our age-friendly, we continue to be a leader in this area for our geographic area as well. We have experienced some significant growth here with the implementation of the Seniors Active Living Center grant. So we often shorten that to our SALC grant. This grant has allowed us to offer a variety of free and engaging programs for seniors that encourages wellness, as well as provide social connections for seniors within our community. I'll now take a look to next year and provide some 2026 budget highlights. The 2026, I would say, prioritizes safety and sustainability of our assets while maintaining our high-quality programs that our residents expect. 2026 operationally, we've got we have $6,000 allocated for problem tree removal. We also at the P&H Center have several operational items, grease trap repair for the deteriorating pit at the P&H Center that supports the concession operations. Also, we are proposing to replace the lobby water fountain with a commercial bottle fill station, just the one. Aquatics upgrades. Thank you, Councillor Cable. The aquatics upgrades includes a new diving board that's reached the end of its life cycle, a new water chemical tester to support the facility operators, as well as a pool vacuum replacement. And the Lion's Den, we're looking to do some repainting, particularly of that accent wall. It's seen some wear and tear in that area. We have also proposed new bleacher at the Kinsman Ballpark. This was deferred from 2025. New tires on the 2020 Chev, as well as a multi-attachment trimmer for our parks and trails maintenance. And finally, I'll highlight, we do have $6,300 allocated for our biennial bridge inspection for our trail bridges. This is legislated. This happens every other year. If it's sounding familiar, it should. Capital for 2026, we have the Saugeen Cedar West Trail Link development. This project has been several years in the making. Certainly, I can provide any details on that. It's a collaboration between the developer as well as a contribution from the 2026 budget, particularly going towards there's pedestrian ramps that will be required in that area. There's about a 4-foot elevation on that 22nd Street A, the 22nd Ave. I'm not sure the input road there. And so that's certainly something that is proposed for moving forward in the 2026. Kinsman Ballpark Pavilion, the work for 2026 would be defined as more pre-construction work, detailed construction plans, geotechnical, designated substance survey, et cetera, would be the goal for 2026 with construction potentially moving forward for 2027. It certainly would position us very well for that project, as well as for any grant applications that could be available. The soccer fencing project is a deferred project from 2025 that will be completed first thing in the spring. Our zero-turn mower, our Ferris, it is the existing mower. It is only about halfway through its projected life cycle, about 5 out of the 10 years. It has experienced ongoing mechanical failures that has resulted in rising maintenance expenses as well as downtime. Replacing this unit ahead of schedule is what's recommended to better support our productivity here and hopefully reduce long-term costs there. Our ice plant repair that have been identified for 2026 is the controller as well as the underfloor pump. Both of those pieces of equipment are original from the 2010 installation.
The PNH Center partial roof replacement. So we had a roof consultant perform an inspection. They identified there is a section of the roof primarily above that walking track that is in poor condition. We do have leaks. It's certainly something where we've had to put buckets down when it's required, as needed. So there is, we've prioritized a section. It's about 5,600 square feet to replace. There's bulging insulation boards, protruding fasteners that's created holes, and this project includes the replacement of the roof's membrane in those areas. Finally, the digital sign that's located at PNH Center along 7th Ave is at the end of its life cycle. The sign has had numerous repairs within the last 3 years, and the parts are becoming obsolete. So this sign is very welcoming and is used consistently by the town to promote programs and events as well as town-wide initiatives. We also use it to recognize our sponsors. So hopefully I haven't gone over my time limit, but that is my high-level summary, and I'm certainly open to any questions at this time.
We're ahead of schedule, so you're okay. And I'm open for comments and questions, but I'm going to turn to Councillor Cable so he can explain to our audience why a water bottling station creates excitement. There's history there.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, this is an item that has been on the council budget for several years, and we have deferred for other projects that have come up that have been a higher priority. But I think it's good to see us moving forward where residents and visitors will be able to bring their own bottle to the PNH Center and be able to fill it up. It was a pleasure to be at the PNH Center a few weeks ago at a Barons game, and someone who was coming in was asking where the closest bottle fill station was, and I directed them to the comment cards and asked if they could fill one out for us. So I do really appreciate that this has made it in.
Okay, any questions for Laura? Councillor Sackel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Laura, for your report. A question about page 208 of the binder, the Trail System East Loop Development, 24th Ave to 14th Street. So when you talk about the switchback, that's at the far end where it goes up a hill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It would almost be just kind of behind Walmart, almost just adjacent to there.
If I may. So that's exactly what I'm wondering. Will you be able to continue that trail for people from those subdivisions that want to go to the new bank that's going to be there, or the Marks, or the restaurants there?
Through Your Worship, that's where Walmart's property starts. So that would probably not be feasible.
Okay.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Building off of Councillor Sackel's question. So if I'm understanding correctly, the $159,000, so that's work on the trail system going east of 24th Ave, but also constructing the trail on the south side of the Cedar West subdivision. Is that correct?
So there's two sections. So the east of 28 would be considered a rehabilitation of that existing trail. So it has been used by the developer in that area as a bit of an access point. So it needs some work. There's been a lot of the grass has encroached, the vegetation as well is overgrown. And frankly, at this point, it's not that safe because the grading drops off on the sides as well. So that the portion of that is for that rehabilitation of that section to where it turns to the switchback. And secondly, the Saugeen Cedar West portion of the trail is to develop on the north side of that creek, south side of the development, to kind of continue that loop of the existing trail that simply dead ends right now at this point. So it will come down, it will connect to a parking lot, which is proposed. Actually, you can kind of even see the site where the parking lot is right now. It's actually fairly level. And so then that will provide an access point off of County Road 28. So the portion of the trail, there will be a portion of it that is The costs are covered by the developer of that subdivision. It's a lieu instead of the proceeds for the parklands that would be going towards that. The agreement was anything beyond a normal stone dust trail would be ideally the responsibility of the town. Now that the site is, it's certainly in a position where we're very clear, and that elevation change has been identified as being a bit of a barrier. And a stone dust trail just isn't feasible through that area to maintain proper slope that's needed and safety of users. So the ramps are proposed to maintain that safety and accessibility.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Sacco?
You don't even have to put your hand up. She can read my mind. I'm still trying to visualize this, Laura. Are we going through the subdivision in the west side as was proposed initially? Because when you talk about this parking lot, is that the one by the river where people used to park and then get on the trail? Or where is it?
It's further south. I'm not sure if I know exactly what that, is it 100 meters south? I'm really taking a guess at that. There's a clump of trees right there that might be able to help identify it. Certainly, I'd be happy if you want. We can take a little tour in that area, Councillor Sacco, if that will help. But it's just off the road.
Okay, so my question is, you should be able to get on the east trail. Say you're at the soccer fields, you get on the east there. You could walk through the subdivision if you wanted to, or you will take the trail that comes north of the creek, south of the subdivision, and that's where the ramps will come up or be placed.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yes, there are two options at that current dead end. There is a sidewalk that's proposed on that north section. And so you could continue on that sidewalk to keep going across County Road 28. And then you're heading down that section that needs to be rehabilitated and then turn to the switchback and come back and essentially, and then you could loop all the way back even using the new trail section as well, depending. So it certainly would kind of close that loop.
And if I can just add, just with respect to the parking lot, do you recall before the development occurred, there was like a barn shed that was there? And it was near that treed area. So if you're heading north, the trees between what I would call the Bruceberries subdivision, is that what it's called? Bruceberries subdivision and Saugeen Cedar Heights West, there's the treed area, creek area, but there used to be a barn, it wasn't really a barn, but a larger shed that they took down. That's approximately parking lot space. It'd be partway between the entrance to Saugeen Cedar Heights West from 24th Ave and 14th Street. I don't know if it's right at the halfway mark, but it'd be close to that.
Okay, Councillor Cable.
Thank you, Your Worship. Laura, I was pleased to see that the Kinsman Ballpark Pavilion engineering is included in the budget for 2026. I think that that's an excellent step forward. So I look forward to seeing how that continues. And it does note in here about an OTF grant. So I assume that that's an application that will be submitted this year. And my final question is around the fencing at the soccer field. So the document that's in our package is the same document that we had from last year, but the cost has changed. So I'm just wondering, was the fencing kind of like a part one that was done last year, and this is a follow-up $10,000, or I'm just not entirely clear?
Through your worship. Yes, so we've had to do a 50% deposit for materials. So that has been applied in 2025, and 2026 is for the remainder of that contract.
Other comments and questions? Okay, so thank you, Laura. So that was the last presentation. And now, again, I'm going to say, are there any questions from any part of the day? Or comments? Doesn't have to be a question.
I'm going to suggest that maybe Yelena just highlight again the amendment process, just unless you were, maybe I'm taking words out of your mouth already.
That was on my notes.
Okay. I just think now would be a good time to just speak about that process a little bit more and make sure that council members are all clear on the expectations of the amendment form and that type of thing.
Thank you very much, through your worship. So the amendment forms are in your budget packages. I'm assuming, yes, they are. Basically, the deadline to submit the written form to the clerk is noon on December the 2nd. So the information that we need is your motion and the rationale behind the motion. Staff will then complete the financial impact section. We'll communicate that back to you so that you can decide if you ultimately want that motion to appear on the agenda for the December 4th meeting. So we will pull together every amendment that's submitted, have basically a PowerPoint of all of the amendments, and we'll go through one by one at the December 4th meeting. You will have the list prior to that meeting, so you have an idea of the full list of amendments being proposed. So first two sections, I think, of the document need to be completed, submitted to Vicky, and then the clerk will distribute to staff accordingly.
Any questions with that process? And of course, if there are questions, funnel them through our CAO and she will reply to you with the appropriate answers from the department heads. Go ahead, Sherry.
The only thing that I would add is, as much as December 2nd at noon is the deadline, December 4th is our amendment meeting. So if you have amendments, the sooner the better would be helpful, because you can appreciate that depending what you submit may take some financial analysis time accordingly. That takes us time to put that data together. So the sooner you can submit those, rather than sometimes if you're like me and go, oh, I've got till 12 o'clock on the 2nd, I'll send them at 11:55 on the 2nd, would be helpful from a staff perspective. Thank you.
So then just to clarify, once we're at the amendment meeting, I have how many days to agree or not agree, correct? 5? We went from 9 down to 5, I believe.
Yep, so the amendments will be submitted, voted on at the amendment meeting. To pass, they need a simple majority vote. The mayor is included in that vote. Anything that passes, or maybe even anything that fails, I'm not sure. If Vicky can veto, or if Mayor Sue can, if Mayor Patterson can veto in either direction, any of the amendments, and you have 5 days to do so, and the budget is deemed adopted at the end of that period. Sorry, if no amendments are made.
Okay. Go ahead, Vicky.
So after Mayor Patterson, if there are any budget amendments and the mayor vetoes any, then council still has an opportunity to vote on the vetoes, but those have to be passed by a 3/4 majority of council. 3 days? 2 days? 2/3, sorry. What did I? Oh, 2/3, yes, sorry. My mistake, 2/3 vote.
Okay, anything else at this time? Nothing? All right, I do want to say thank you to all staff for the budget presentation, all the work you've put into it. I'm sure you've been working since September on these different departments and analysis and the finalized binder. I like the new format. And I like the capital projects right behind the department, which is helpful. I also want to thank council for reading all weekend and your input for this budget. And then just before we have a motion to adjourn, I want to say, as it's been mentioned, this is Chris's last budget process prior to her retirement. She joined the town of Hanover in 2008. which means she has been a key component of 17 Town of Hanover budget cycles. Thank you, Chris. Well done. All right. So I need a motion to adjourn at 1:59. Moved by Councillor Hudson, seconded by Councillor Sackel, all in favor. That is carried. Thank you.